215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Jason, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Jason.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, my man. All right, a myomancer predicts the future by studying what?
Rats.
And mice, yes. You got it. Hang on, Jason. We're going to give you a pair of sweet tickets to join Brett Porsche as NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway May 1st with the Duramax Dryden 400. And get tickets at doverspeedway.com. All right, so update. We had a lengthy conversation about people doing last-minute marriages, and Kourtney Kardashian shared photos from her Vegas wedding to Travis Barker on Wednesday and confirmed that the ceremony was not a legitimate ceremony. It was just for fun.
Those liars!
She wrote on her post, once upon a time in a land far away, Las Vegas, at 2 a.m., after an epic night and a little tequila, a queen and her handsome king ventured out to the only open chapel with an Elvis and got married with
a liar.
In parentheses, it says with no license. And they wrote, practice makes perfect. According to reports, this was the first of many celebrations.
It would have been so cool if that was actually it.
Yeah.
And they didn't do the
big thing.
over-the-top helicopters flying overhead and all, but they're going to do it.
Yeah, how could they not?
Yeah.
And let's stay with these horrible people, the Kardashians, and play some clips because the Kardashian special, did it air yet, or are these the
aired
teasers?
last night, and I watched it.
Oh, you did not.
I did. So we rolled right in again. Cat's on my lap. The remote was across the room, and we rolled out of Wheel of Fortune. It was right after that, so it could have been The Bachelor, same sort of scenario.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, let me see what's going on here. Let me refresh myself with this family. It was so lighter than air. They're calling it it was conducted by the news, the journalists of ABC, but it was so fluffy and so adoring of the Kardashians, who all, and I'm saying to my wife, because they were showing footage of them throughout the years. And I said, try to pick, who is that?
Yeah.
Tell me who that is.
I didn't watch any of it other than a couple of quick clips last night I saw, and I'm watching Kim, and I'm like, I hate her with every bit that I have of me. The fakeness of her face, and I started thinking, how did you become famous?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Your seed money came from a butt sex video.
It's what I was thinking about.
Listen, that's why she caught such crap for telling people. She was relaying a good suggestion about being motivated to work. But you can't ignore the fact that Robert Shapiro, her dad, was one of the wealthiest attorneys in Los Angeles.
Robert Kardashian.
Yeah. Sorry, right, Nick. And then also, the money that they made from actually taking ownership and selling that Ray J leaked sex video got her some extra money as well. She was always a privileged person.
I mean, you guys know I hate a lot of people, but they don't they don't produce that hatred for me. Like I look at it and I'm like, dear God, what is happening? But like that hatred that I have for some other famous people, like, and you have for them, I for whatever reason with them, I'm okay with it. I just like it's entertaining to me. I don't watch the show, but like just looking at some of their stuff on on social media, I'm just like, what's going on?
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know why it digs at me. It actually does dig at me.
Trust me, I get it.
I float in and out as if I'm on like a pool noodle, and I'm floating across back and forth as to how I feel. Last night, I was able to revisit and remind myself of why I despise them.
All right, let's play a clip. This is Kim embracing all definitions of beauty.
Yeah.
All
of them, even the ugly people.
Of beauty.
I mean, I've always just embraced everybody. I think.
I don't.
No, play it.
Keep going.
Come on. Oh, she's so cute.
You're going to come out the other end a better person.
Everybody. Everybody.
Everyone deserves to feel exactly how they want to feel and praised exactly how they are. And if that isn't up to anyone's standards or a specific beauty standards, then them. I don't know how else to say it.
She said a bad word. Now, let me ask you. She's at, she's at a restaurant in Calabasas, and Gary Lauer wanders over to the table. And is she going to say,
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
I mean, how can anybody make that argument when they've also had as much plastic surgery as they've had. Like,
Nick, that's the goddamn point. The family no longer looks. I mean, again, it was slapped in my face last night. So the flashpoint apparently of this multi-million billion-dollar industry that all of them are involved in. So it turns out Kylie Jenner was the real flashpoint of the lip kit. And they say a sentence, and I forget exactly what the quote was. After getting this sort of chemical lip injection, Kylie introduces her lip kits. And I'm like, you just said it was not even part of the makeup. She had injections.
Preston, this might make it better because this makes it so much better for me. I don't know who this girl is, but her name is Yuri Lemsbella, and she does a Kardashian, like where she plays every part. And so she'll put out videos of like a sister talking to a sister.
Oh, I need to see that.
You got to watch it.
Is it great?
It's so good.
Okay.
She is so good.
Is it, she on Instagram or?
She's on Instagram,
okay.
yeah.
Then I'm on board. All right, let's play Chloe talking about Tristan.
Here's a shocker.
And let's just roll it. Here we go.
With Tristan, I did feel.
Why stop it? You did not just do that.
that was really good.
Hang on.
With Tristan, I did feel incredibly safe in the beginning. I felt really good for a time. I remember when he cheated on me right before I gave birth, and I was able to still have him in the delivery room. And so, yes, it might have looked strange to the outside world. I still think he's a great guy and he's a great dad. He's just not the guy for me.
I remember when he cheated on me before the birth, and we still had him in the delivery room.
Right. Yes.
It was great.
Like it was
yes.
touching.
And also the tub girl he was violating was in the.
She was there too.
Like it or not, he's the father of the child. I think he has a right to be there.
Here's a nice text that says, keep the Kardashians' name out your mouth, effing mouth. All right, one last clip. Kris Jenner tears up talking about her family.
I can't be prouder of their souls, their hearts. Don't make me cry. I can't even, it's a dream come true. They've got love and work ethic. Yeah. I'm just really proud of them.
So
I don't think my mom's ever cried talking about me. She's like, she's on some dumb radio show.
Yeah. I'm not very proud of her.
Her brothers, however, have done a lot.
But I managed to keep her from wanting to run to the ice cream man.
All right.
When was the last time? And how many news features do you know that are scored, that have a soundtrack?
Right.
And so this was not, it was a puff piece to introduce, I guess, Disney or the Disney
Are they behind the new show?
I guess they're the ones.
It's Hulu, right?
It's on Hulu.
Yeah, so
right?
Hulu is definitely Disney owned, because it's when you buy that package on the streaming, it's Hulu, Disney, and
You're right.
ESPN.
All right, let's we're done with that. We may circle back to something else that is in that realm, but I want to move on to this because I had to read this and make sure that I was actually reading these words. Mickey Rourke is retiring from skateboarding.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, okay, is there a professional skateboarder that I'm not familiar with that's named Mickey Rourke? No, it's Mickey Rourke, the actor, the 69-year-old star of The Wrestler, posted a selfie on Instagram Tuesday showing a bloody gash on his forehead.
How can you find it?
And he wrote in the caption, looks like my skateboarding days are over. This man has no business on a
Put a helmet on
skateboard.
instead.
It is unclear if he was skateboarding for a film role or for fun at the time of his injury.
Well, he would slow his skateboard down by putting his face to the pavement.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
He is currently cast in 3 films that are shooting, according to IMDb, a movie called Jade, another one called Replica, and Murder at Hollow Creek.
Look at his. So we're looking at the picture of this wound on his head, and we're also looking at his hands. And I remember in Iron Man 2, he's got the most meaty, beefy.
Well, and his fingernails don't look. It looks like he has a heart problem. To be honest, sometimes they look at your the doctors will look at your fingernails. It can tell you a lot of things, and they look swollen and they look purple.
Yeah,
and so it looks like he has some kind of medical thing going on. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I
my
never
bird is sick.
Yeah, my bird.
never felt comfortable on a skateboard. I don't know about you guys, but I had them, and I just
Yeah, I agree with
never,
you, ever.
always scared of falling off. It's just,
And
I
yet
don't know
you
what.
do the hover stuff fine. Your core, your balance is good.
Yeah, the scooters, like I have no problems doing the scooters because there's a handlebar to hold on to. But but my buddy Kevin, I mean, he's a year younger than me. He'll go to like FDR Park and he goes early. He'll go at like 6 a.m.
It looks like a blast.
And he has a great time doing it. I'm like,
I wouldn't do it.
Maybe him, Mickey Rourke can pal around together down there.
I love watching Kardashian shows.
All right, we're gonna circle back to that for a moment. Caitlyn Jenner revealed on the Full Send podcast that Kim Kardashian recently introduced her to Pete Davidson.
So Kimmy brought Pete over.
Yeah. So according to Caitlyn, Kim kept laughing at her former step-parent for being overly formal and calling Pete Peter as a way to be polite.
Hello, Peter.
Yeah. She says the comedian...
Would you like some ambrosia?
She says,
this is Kanye's recipe.
She says that the comedian is a very nice guy and that Kim seems so happy.
Why don't you wait in the conservatory while I go fetch some snickerdoodles?
Davidson also recently spent some time with the reality star's kids and was spotted tooling around in an electric car with Northwest.
Pete, why don't you come into the library? I'll show you my scrimshaw collection.
Okay.
You know, that's carvings on whale teeth.
Speaking of these various rooms, yesterday we had Mr. Mark Wahlberg stop by, and while we were off air before the interview, I had this copy of Golf Magazine that I picked up last time I was flying back from Florida, and I flipped through it, and he's on the cover. So Mark Wahlberg's on the cover, and there's a story about him and another tour player, golfer that they're partners with in a tequila brand. And in the article, it was conducted at his house. So they show a little shot of his backyard, just tiny little corner of his backyard.
Which alone is incredibly impressive.
Which happens to be the golf course in his backyard. And so we were off air, and I said, hey, man, I grabbed this magazine. He goes, oh, yeah. He's like, I remember that. I said, yeah, dude, I want your backyard. And because not only is it that, but he's got a full skate park and a basketball court and all this other stuff. And he goes, well, I'm probably going to be selling it soon. So I think that might be happening. Jokingly, I said, could I put a bid in on it? And so the story came out yesterday. Yeah. So we got the scoop on this because we were talking to him off air about it. It's for sale for $87.5 million.
It is...
It's unbelievable.
It is a castle.
So I have a little history on that. It's a 6-acre Beverly Hills Park estate, and he bought it 13 years ago. He just bought the land, okay? The land alone was $8 million, and then he built the house and everything that comes with it. He had it designed. He did all that stuff. He initially splashed out $8.25 million for the dirt in 2009 in the exclusive North Beverly Park community, which is in the canyon overlooking Hollywood, and enlisted the help of architect Richard Landry of the Landry Design Group to create the home of his dreams. And now more than 12 years later, he's saying goodbye to the compound that he built from scratch. It features an astonishing 12 bedrooms and 20 bathrooms across this is the living space, 30,500 square feet.
30,000 square feet.
The lot is 267,000 square feet. It is nestled behind guarded gates below Mulholland Drive in the ultra-swanky area with neighbors like Denzel Washington, Sylvester Stallone, Justin Bieber, Eddie Murphy, Samuel L. Jackson, to name a few. So I'll give you a little bit of the description. So round arched hallways throughout the home offer a more Roman design to the contemporary living spaces, with a family room leading to an extensive library. Marble flooring is used throughout the front of the home. Until guests reach the kitchen, where dark wooden floors add an extra healthy element to bright white designs. Yeah, exactly. Welcome to this room. That's what he says. And they go into every room.
Yeah, it didn't like, I mean, obviously it's gorgeous, but I feel like the flow was odd. Like, as far as like decorations go, like each room is completely different.
Yeah, so you're getting a different feel when you go from room to room, as opposed to having a standard feel about it.
It's just gorgeous. I mean, I don't know why he's leaving, but I think he wants to move out of the state.
Absolute opulence. So, what?
No, I was going to say, do you have the information about the gym?
Yeah, so entertaining came easy for the Wahlberg family with a built-in theater, which provided seating for more than a dozen people at any given time. He also built a full-scale gym at his family home, where he was known, of course, to keep a rigorous routine. And
it's like walking into your gym that you have a membership.
It's a health club.
Yeah, that's it. It's a health club. Yeah. But the real sweet spot was the outdoor space, which was transformed into a serene hideaway with a sparkling pool and spa in addition to a resort-like grotto. And Wahlberg included a giant fire pit and seating area in the design plans when building the massive pool area outside, which is nearby a guest house and skate park. After swimming a few laps, he made sure that he could practice his swing with his own 5-hole golf course built on the side of his property. And the impressive estate was built from the ground up after he purchased it in 2009. So they finally finished it in 2015.
$87 million. Puts it in the upper tier of the estates that are available. And again, but it's funny. You see pictures of like Hef's mansion, the Hefner mansion, and you say, this makes that look like nothing.
Yeah, Hef's is of a time, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's supposed to be not as impressive as it seems to be. This is it's 30,000 square feet.
So when we were like house hunting, Claire and I, and we were looking at different places, hey, let's go check out this place, just as a joke, to see 10,000 square feet. It is like you might as well
That's
buy
opulence.
You might as well buy a Costco. And 30,000.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So it's up for sale. Should you be interested? And if you got a spare 90 mil, you're good to go. But it was pretty wild talking to him about that.
Where's he
yesterday.
moving, by the way?
He didn't say.
He didn't say.
He just said
Kensington.
he was selling the house. Yeah. Juniata Park. He wants to meet Gary Lohan.
Oh, okay.
Everybody is.
Yeah, I'm friends with the Kardashians. What is that?
Actress Jenna Malone was shown in a news segment on NBC4 Los Angeles on Tuesday about a group of strangers who chased down and beat up a man who they witnessed physically abusing a small dog. The Hunger Games actress told the outlet, I pulled over. I started chasing him because that's absolutely not okay. Malone did not aid the men in beating up the guy, so she's over there pounding,
She held their wallets.
The unidentified abuser who said they were conducting a citizen's arrest, and but they got the dog back. Dog's got like a broken leg and everything. And
cute little dog. I give her all the credit in the world, though, for just pulling over and interceding and trying to help the animal. I mean, it's a wonderful thing to do.
Yep. So she stepped in. Love that gal.
Yes.
Let's see. Jesse James. Remember the guy from Monster Garage?
Yes.
Used to be with Sandra Bullock for
married to Sandra Bullock.
Short amount of time. He is engaged to former porn star Bonnie Rotten now. And I want to say we had Bonnie Rotten here in the studio.
Did we have Bonnie Rotten?
And you know what? She actually a really pretty. I mean, listen, some porn stars, you go, hey,
of course you're a porn star. Yeah.
I remember her being really pretty. Now she was all tatted up and kind of,
that's
done
the
that
rotten part
to her body. Yeah,
so the face is the Bonnie and the rest is the rotten.
But she was here, and he wrote, the former film star made the announcement on Instagram Wednesday, writing, I knew the moment I met you.
I love you.
I wanted to spend every single day with you.
You're a porn star.
The way you love me and my little one was all I ever dreamed of. I think this is her saying that.
Oh.
Wow, she has spiderweb tattoos around her nipples.
Yes. That's her. Yes.
Those are prison nipples.
The way you love me and my little one was all I ever dreamed of.
And I love the way you were able to remove the chrome from that boat hitch.
This will be the 5th time he gets married, by the way. Yeah.
Well, 5th time's the charm.
I love the way you sucked that tennis ball through the garden hose.
Yep.
Steve, I think that could be a band name, Prison Nipples.
Prison nipples.
She is actually, she would fall into that category of the too attractive for porn.
Nick, I'm going to shorten that to prison nips.
All right.
Prison nips.
I think that rolls off the tongue a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Prison nips.
Kind of like a ska band, perhaps.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, I've put that in the list. What else I have here for you? Digital sensation JoJo Siwa has bounced from her planned feature film debut. The YouTuber, Dancing with the Stars contestant, and highly visible LGBTQ figure told Variety that she is no longer attached to a movie adaptation of the Will Smith-backed Bounce, based on a young adult book by Megan Schull.
She's doing a remake of The Departed, right?
Yeah, she's going to do that.
With her as Whitey Bulger?
Furthermore, the insiders familiar with the project said that Paramount Pictures has also removed the project from its development slate. The project fell apart months ago, sources say, though, so it doesn't.
It wasn't a Will Smith thing.
Doesn't have to do with Will Smith hitting Chris Rock. First announced in the summer of 2020, the film was brought to the studio by producer Caleb Pinkett, who's behind Cobra Kai. His sister Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith were reported to be attached as producers at the time before the formation of their content company, Westbrook. Steve, this is a few days late, but I know you saw this, and I wanted to mention this. A gentleman by the name of C.W. McCall passed away. The country singer known for the truck-themed songs like Convoy.
We were probably the only one. Do you guys remember Convoy?
Yeah, but I know Convoy because of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Homer was driving a truck or whatever at one point. And
it was also made into a movie, Nick, with Chris Christopherson, and I want to say, who was the model of the time?
Ally McGraw?
Might have been Ally McGraw, yeah.
Yeah, and Burt Young was in it.
Yep.
So this was April 1st. He passed away. He had a battle with cancer.
It started for me. I remember, Preston. It really started the CB radio craze.
It was one of those things. It was around the time of Smokey and the Bandit. That's what really put it into hyperdrive. He was 93 years old. He first created that character. His name was William Fries, believe it or not. But he created the character of C.W. McCall while he was working as a creative director for an advertising agency in Nebraska. The character, an outlaw truck driver, was featured in a series of commercials for the Midwestern bread company Old Home Bread. So that's where that started.
Isn't that wild?
And then he decided to adopt that as an alter ego, kind of like a Larry the Cable Guy type of thing. Yeah.
I had no idea over the years that I just thought he was basically a country singer who that was his name, and this was his ode to trucks and CB radio.
Do you remember Homer singing along to this song?
Absolutely.
We got a great big convoy.
So, including Convoy, he also had Wolf Creek Pass and Old Home Filler Up. And Keep On Truckin' Cafe. So
Old Home Filler Up.
Yep. So that's he stayed in his lane.
Mama was a lot lizard.
And
oh wow! Yikes! Who's your dad?
And I don't know who my daddy is, but whoever he is, he's riding the roads.
Was it so? Convoy was Rubber Duck was the guy's handle, right?
Rubber Duck, yeah. Come on. We should have a clip of it.
It was from a few days ago. The story broke, Casey. If you'll look back, we'll see if we have a little bit of Convoy.
And Kathy, I think this is going to be your new favorite workout song, Convoy.
Okay.
Yeah. A few days ago, like last week, or
keep going.
Right.
There
it is.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Breaker 19. This here's a Rubber Duck.
And that was a big hit record.
Huge,
gentlemen.
Yeah, your mama just gave me a handy. Wow.
Oh my God.
Yes. We should redo that with more accurate depictions of
Yeah,
what
just saw your mama gave me a handy at the choke and puke.
All right, and then one more celebrity death, and then we will move along. A woman by the name, an actress, Ray Allen, Tony winner, originated the role of Gloria in Damn Yankees on Broadway in 1955.
Yeah.
But she kept on working, and you may recognize her from a couple of the credits.
She's in the Convoy video.
No, she's not. She was 95 years old, but she had many TV roles, including Edith Bunker's cousin Amelia on All in the Family, Judge Betty Small on Soap, Mrs. Sokol on Seinfeld, and she also played Livia Soprano's sister, Quintina Blundetto on The Sopranos.
Yeah, I remember her.
She appeared on a memorable 2006 episode of Grey's Anatomy where she and another woman played by Betty Garrett sit by their dying friend's bedside. So
she had her own signature brand CB radio.
It was the Ray Allen CB radio.
Got me a Ray Allen CB radio. Come on.
But no, she was a Tony winner and passed away at the age of 95. So, all right, I think we should get to the clips now. After a money heist goes awry, 2 thieves steal an ambulance and end up in a high-speed chase while trying to keep their hostages alive. And in this clip, Michael Bay talks about the intensity of shooting an action movie in a tight space. Here we go.
It was shot in 38 days. There was an intensity to the shooting because we're shooting so much stuff quickly. It helped the energy for the actors. It's hard because, when you're doing an action movie that's intense, it's hard to keep that adrenaline up.
Play. Ambulance opens in theaters tomorrow, by the way. Here's the next one. Teenage misfits, Hunter and Kevin, are on a clear path to glory. Devote themselves to metal, win Battle of the Bands, and be worshipped by their peers. And here, Jaden Martell recalls how he learned to play for the new movie, Metal Gods. Here we go.
I had never played the drums before. I had 2 teachers. I had Glenn Sobel, who's Alice Cooper's drummer, and Tim Spitsticks, drummer for this punk band called Fear. So working with them and learning how to play the drums and how to put my all into it, it's a lot of fun.
Shut up, dummy.
Metal Gods streams on Netflix tomorrow.
So Tom Morello is an executive producer of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his name just popped up on the the trailers running here in the studio.
And
it's
got some
interesting.
Musical cred for sure. There.
Jaden Martell was born here in Philadelphia.
No kidding.
Yeah, he was the kid in Knives Out, kind of like the alt-right guy. He had a sister who was, kind of a hippie or whatever.
And in it, he pretty much played the main character, Bill Dunbar. Wow. Okay, and he's from Philly.
Yeah, he was in that Apple TV show, Defending Jacob.
All right.
Bam.
Well, we got to talk to him at some point. All right. Oh, my gobster. We got to take a break. What?
I also feel like we had him on because he was featured in a commercial, like a Super Bowl commercial, where he was like being picked on or something like that.
Really?
And then one of an NFL star came to it. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. Anyway, we have a lot to get to today, so we're going to go ahead and take a break. We do have comedian Steve Byrne joining us. Our buddy John Brazier stopping by as the Phils are opening up tomorrow. And we also have Kate Flannery on the program. And in addition to all of that, concert cash. Your first chance to win $500 in MMRBQ tickets coming up at 8 a.m., and we will bring it to you. Stay there. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
I would
That would be brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career,
law school, passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
it
knew we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
There's one
it's
kind
the
of
one way out where
I
we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the girl
Valley
who
of Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors Mohammed bin Salman.
Salman and Dagman, I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, it's a cup of good roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators. Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggested
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand? Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl.
girl.
And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. I would like to thank listener Anthony DeLuca. He sent me an email. Day before yesterday, we did show and tell.
Yes.
Here on our program, and each of us brought in an item to show and talk about. And I had brought in a what I thought was a World War II bayonet that I had taken to my third grade class for show and tell when I was a kid, when you could bring a gigantic knife. It's huge, by the way. And Anthony, I believe he tracked down exactly what knife that is, what bayonet that is. And he sent me a picture of it, and he says it is a British pattern 1903 bayonet. And I took a look at the photos, and sure enough, I think that's it. The wood is a little bit different.
Sure.
But the layout of the knife itself looks spot on. And so I don't know how he did it. He just saw a picture of me with it, but not even a close-up shot.
Does he indicate if he's a military buff of sorts or historic?
He didn't say in the email. I don't know, but I think that's it. So it's dated earlier than I thought, 1903.
Yeah, or before World War I.
Yeah, so that was very
That's
cool.
actually the end of the Revolutionary War, Preston, 1903.
I don't know my dates.
It's probably
so I couldn't tell you.
I think.
But anyhow, thank you, Anthony, for maybe solving that mystery. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. All right, this is another cool thing that I saw. And this is Listomania.
Listomania.
What is this?
Phoenix.
Is this a song called Listomania?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. All right, so no, some time to time I come across some interesting lists, and I'm familiar with this scenario, but not necessarily the term proprietary eponyms.
Yes.
Which are when a brand name becomes the actual, what you think is the noun, the name for it. So
you were telling me about this, and you like there are ones that we know and that we've always said, oh, well, that's amazing. But you said,
let me give an example, like Xerox. If someone would say, hey, Xerox this for me, back in the day, that meant use the copier.
Kleenex.
Kleenex is another one.
So,
Jacuzzi is another one.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And you said this. Your ones on this list that were things that we're using that we assume are just the description of the item itself that are actually a brand name.
Yeah. And this I was very surprised at.
Okay.
And there's a number of them on here.
I only saw the first one.
So like when somebody says Google that,
that
could kind of be that. That essentially means do a Google search on it.
Yeah.
A Google search or just a browser search of some sort.
Ask Jeeves.
The first one on this list, believe it or not, dumpster.
Yeah.
Is a patented is a trademark name.
There's another Simpsons reference for you.
Seriously.
Yeah, Otto apparently at one point is living in a trash bin. And
that's the generic name.
And so somebody says, I think it's Bart, is like, man, Otto, I can't believe you're limited in dumpster. And Otto goes, oh, man, I wish I was living in a dumpster brand dumpster. Like, that would have been an upgrade to the trash bin that he was actually living in.
Just living in a trash bin.
Yeah, he couldn't even afford a dumpster.
So this gives the brand name and the generic name. So it says dumpster, generic name, trash bin. The word dumpster was trademarked from 1936 to 2008. In 1936, it was used by the Dempster brothers.
The Dempsters became dumpster?
Well, no, it was regarded as the Dempster dumpster.
Then where do we get gobster from?
That was from a kid who liked to eat lobster, in case he couldn't believe it. And he said, lobster. Oh, my gobster. So he said, according to this article, so the Dempster dumpster is what they created. And they were floored by the success of their convenient waste disposal system. And the name dumpster soon became the eponym that we know of today.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I never knew that. I thought it just made sense. That's a dumpster.
But that there was an actual product line called the dumpster. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, here's another one. Ping pong. The generic name for that is table
tennis.
Yeah. Escalade Sports acquired the trademark to the name ping pong and licensed it to anyone who wants to refer to the sport of table tennis as the brand name.
So what's the derivation of ping pong?
I think the sound it makes.
That's simply based on that ping pong.
Okay. Back and forth. I think that's where they got the name. So it doesn't really give the history of that here.
Has anybody played ping pong on the ping pong tables outside of our building yet?
No, but I have my own ping pong table at home that I play.
Casey got us, was it you?
Yeah.
Casey got us paddles and balls. They put these out here a couple of years ago. Out back, and I have not done it.
Me and Murph are the only ones.
I would like to do it.
Yeah.
I love that game.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Spring we'll do it, and we'll make sure maybe we'll have like a tournament out there and do a live broadcast from the
I
ping
think
pong
we should do a live. I think Bill would appreciate
At
that.
our table tennis tournament.
So I bought. I was at for a birthday party. Went to Lucky Strike.
Yes,
and they have pool tables there, and they have ping pong tables. And my neighbor Jim and I started playing ping pong, and we started getting into it. I'm like, man. And I hadn't played in years. I'm like, I forgot how much fun this game is.
It's a great game.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, damn it, I'm buying a table.
Yeah.
Buying a table, we're going to become a ping pong family. We are going to have so much fun.
Yeah.
We played it for like a week.
Yeah.
So here's what I did.
And I was so bummed out because nobody wanted to play with me. I was always asking, who wants to play ping pong? And freaking nobody wanted to play.
It's like your rock trivia that no one will play with you.
Totally.
So I got this all-weather ping pong table.
Those are great.
From Royal. It's on
Royal Billiards.
Royal Billiards.
Yeah.
They're awesome. This thing can sit out in the snow. There's nothing that rusts on it.
Yeah.
You move it into the garage. Having it always where you need it, you end up playing it more. But it is one of those things like, will someone play with me?
Please play with me.
So here's the deal. I think that's a great idea, and they probably have this, but what they really need to do, like our ping pong tables outside the building
here. They're right.
They're all weather. Dude, the nets are like permanent. They're like metal nets that they don't come on or off. They just stay there. But like what you should do is set it up in your back patio or whatever so that it also can be like a table that you can eat at.
Like the Beverly Hillbillies did with the pool table.
table.
And the cue sticks for fancy pod passers.
By the way, quickly, the name ping pong, Nick pulled this up, is derived from ping pang kui in Mandarin Chinese, which translates literally to ping pong ball. In other words, ping pong is the correct Mandarin Chinese name for the sport.
How about that?
Didn't know that.
Case, when you played Murph, who won?
Oh my God, he won. I'm so mad.
Is he way better than you?
No, not way better. It's probably it's like a 60-50 split. He didn't wipe the floor with me. But what I have found out
is he the Michael Jordan to your Magic Johnson?
Probably. What I found out is that my eyes are failing me, and so my eyes can't track a ball the way they used to be able to track a ball.
Nick.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on the ball.
For some reason, ping pong come very natural to me.
What if you had a dog with you?
I think it would be cute, but it wouldn't help at all. But I'm going to practice.
Okay. All right. I'd like to play Murph and see where I stand against him.
I think you're just one of those people that are just naturally your hand-eye coordination.
I don't know.
I hate you.
My buddy Steve kicks my ass.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He's way better than I am.
I'm pretty solid at ping pong. My serve is good.
Right.
And then I can rally a bit. The spin game is good. Though I've played someone who played like in a league.
Yeah.
Like who's using the classic hold on a paddle.
Yeah.
And just destroyed me.
Well, right now, Nick Murphy is the undefeated champion of the universe. So he's the guy. He is.
All right. Well, we're coming after you, buddy.
Wasn't in that helicopter.
Lemon-headed.
Yeah.
Lemon-headed.
Yeah.
Coward.
You were in that helicopter.
Coward. Lemon-headed. All right. So here's another. Back to the proprietary.
Come on, man.
Styrofoam.
What? I can see that.
Is not a generic name. That is a proprietary name. The generic name is polystyrene foam.
Yeah, styrofoam works better.
Yep. Dow Chemical Company Styrofoam is a trademarked term used to reference the polystyrene foam insulation used in construction. The styrofoam containers that you use to carry home and take out are not actually styrofoam at all.
I could cause nerve damage in my younger brother by rubbing styrofoam into his ears.
Really?
Yeah. What is that like
sound.
in Mars Attacks when they do the Slim Whitman and the aliens explode?
Yeah.
That would be my brother.
Wow. All right, this one. How about this? Trampoline
Is not.
is not a generic name.
So what is it?
It is the generic. Anybody want to guess? Because it's it's a description of what it is.
A jumping.
A bouncing mat.
It is a rebound tumbler.
All right, rebound tumbler.
Yep. The proprietary name is Trampoline. A young gymnast named George Nissen came up with the idea of a tumbling device that he later trademarked as a trampoline. He came up with the term for the Spanish word trampolin.
What you got there, young fella?
Which means diving board, believe it or not. So, you know what I did YouTube the other day, just for the hell of it? I searched tumbling.
Yeah.
Because for a while, that was a big part of gymnastics, or you can take tumbling classes. You should see professional tumblers and what they can do.
It's pretty amazing, right?
It's like the gymnastic floor exercises on steroids. Because they just go and go and go and go and just flip.
There is a girl I follow on Instagram. She was also on the Mythbusters for a while, and it's Brains and Beauty, but she's a trampoline competitor.
Okay,
and the stuff she can do is astonishing. And then she also does the running where she does the full flip without using her hands to vault, where her face is like 6 inches from the ground. And does a complete flip over. It's astonishing.
Yeah, and these professional tumblers will do that like six times in a row. It's without their hands.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, I loved the trampoline. Like that was where
crazy.
I could, you felt like you were a professional tumbler when you're on the trampoline.
I used to be pretty solid on the trampoline, man.
When they bring the trampolines out in high school and junior high, it's like for gym class, it was awesome.
It used to be called a jumpoline, and then your mom got on it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's an old joke.
You did a dad joke.
That's an old joke.
You should have wrote Casey a note and had him
I know.
say it.
Yeah, you should have texted it to Casey.
It's okay if I throw one in there.
It's like because the koala doesn't have the
right qualifications.
All right. Another proprietary name is Thermos.
I'm picking out a thermos for you.
Not an ordinary thermos.
I did know Thermos was a name brand.
So
it's a thermostatic coffee conveyor.
No, the generic name is a vacuum flask.
Okay.
While King Sealy Thermos Company tried to be protective of their trademarked vacuum flask, Thermos, the court ruled in 1963 that by 1923 the word thermos had acquired firm roots as a descriptive or generic word.
They had hired AC/DC to do their song, which is vacuum flask.
Vacuum flask.
It's a flask. Keeps us here really hot. Vacuum flask.
So Thermos is an actual brand name.
I think Yeti has sort of overtaken Thermos's market share, right? Like Yeti is so good at keeping stuff hot and cold.
And people will reflexively refer to it as a Yeti now, even if it's not a Yeti.
Yeah,
sure.
True.
There's so much so that the actual animal that lives in the mountains.
Pierre says Yanni.
Yeah, he did the Facebook joke for a long time, and that eventually died out. So this one someday will too.
Eventually.
Don't worry, guys.
So another one, and this one you guys I think will know was a proprietary name is Tupperware.
Yes, didn't know that.
Yeah, the generic name is food storage container.
It's a bad name.
The trademark for the word, you don't like Tupperware?
I do like Tupperware. Food storage
container.
containers. That's how robots talk in the kitchen.
Tupperware was filed in or filed in 1955 by Dart Industries.
So this is a big, and Kathy, I know you'll agree with this. As far as storage stuff for food in the house, there everyone has a really, at least when we find, a very precise preference for the way they want to store this stuff, and you're always on the search for that perfect storage system.
Yeah.
I call in my son Parker to do it.
Do you?
So from time to time, the storage drawers that we have will be in disarray, and I'm like, Parker, get in here,
help us.
fix this. So he has a way with shapes and fitting things into proper place. He's really good at
God,
that.
does he want to come over?
Right. So we eventually found because we used to, like everyone else, we had 15 different styles
of
That's containers, and they end up being this insane mess.
So you have 4 containers in a cabinet because you could probably fit 30, but you can't get them in there.
So like my socks, eventually I threw them all out and went and bought all new stuff. We gave you some, those containers, the clear plastic ones.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty damn solid.
They're really damn good.
Yeah, and they fit very well, and I forgot the brand name of them.
I just recently
It might be Tupperware.
reorganized my Tupperware area, and same thing. thing. Like I bought little organizing,
Right.
you know, thing, whatever.
Doesn't quite
and
work.
I mean, it works, but not
the way, not the way
really
it
the way
should
I
work.
want it
Doesn't
to work.
stay the way it should. And
Well, no,
it's like
because
socks, right?
You
Like
need people to put things back where they got it from.
Yes.
If you
The
put it
right
somewhere
way.
else,
Don't let it just cascade down onto the floor and just jam it back in. So we've taken, like I store my socks in the toaster oven because I think it's like, and they're warm too when I put them on. But all of this stuff, they keep coming out with these things that we just bought this new system. We call it a system. That's how crazy these things get. That's actually working out well. It stacks well in the refrigerator and it stacks well in the cabinet.
Let me ask if this is a common scenario.
Oh, what have I become?
In the drawer where you have your lids for these, okay?
Drawer.
And it gets overfilled, and you pull the drawer open, and one of the lids slides behind the drawer,
and then you have to move.
and then you got to burn the house.
You got to burn the house down and move. That's
You will
it.
never get that cabinet. You never get that drawer open. It will taunt you all the time. It'll be like the ring to Gollum.
Well, let me ask you this then. That cannot bother you any more than when you roll out your garbage, right? Because our garbage is in a cabinet as well, and somebody didn't push the garbage down. And when you pull that out, whatever's at the top of the garbage can ends up falling back behind the garbage can. Does that? That pisses me off even
we don't
more.
have that set up. So, but I would that would drive me insane.
the most organized Tupperware drawer I ever saw was at Jim Antez's.
I knew it.
Really, our old sales
He
manager,
was like,
Jim Antez.
when we were over there one night, he was like, "Come here, I want to show you something." And I was like, "Okay, what is he showing me?" He pulls out his drawer of Tupperware, and I was like, "Oh my God, who does this?"
I can beat that. You know Jamie Blackburn, who's a friend of ours. She does promotions and marketing for the White Dog Cafe and the Mushaloo and all those restaurants. Her pantry has the Tupperware. It looks like a viral lab. Like everything is so pristine and perfectly lined up.
Oh, she
Every
needs to send a picture.
cereal comes out of the box immediately into a clear.
She did.
She does all that.
Okay,
yeah, we do that too.
You get like all the clear containers,
Yeah,
and you
put the
put
cereal
everything
in
in
it.
it, and then everything's lined up.
Rochelle
in the
will
cabinet.
actually cut out a piece of the cereal box and put it in there so you know exactly what kind you're eating.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I actually will
Amazing.
defecate in our cabinet.
You should do that.
I wouldn't be into that.
All right, can I go? Hang on, let me go to this. I didn't know containers were going to be a topic of conversation for phone calls, but let me go to Chris here. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry for bothering you guys at work.
It's okay.
What's up, man?
So, Preston, we did the same thing, man. We had, it must have been, I felt like 4 or 5 different, Tupperware style of brands of containers, and it was a complete S show.
Yeah.
So we did the same thing you did. We got rid of everything, cleaned the house, and we got the brand new stuff, loved it.
Nice.
And then my
All fits
mother-in-law-
together. It all it just comes together nicely.
Yeah, and then my mother-in-law, I love her, but she comes up with the container for some dinner that she made. It was delicious, but she keeps forgetting her one container. So now it just messes up our whole system.
Throw the whole system off.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys.
I think that's
Yeah,
how it gets
it's like-
so unorganized. Is people leave things or bring things. And then,
It's like introducing
viral.
a cancer cell to your system.
it's viral.
And it starts to replicate.
Thanks, Chris.
Also, I know we're on a bizarre container talk. So I will go to certain restaurants for takeout because they're the right takeout plastic containers, and we will use those to give out like Christmas cookies for the holidays.
Yeah.
But I will avoid. Some will stack properly, and others won't. And I will avoid the restaurants that don't have properly stackable containers.
Chuck and I send pictures to each other because Chuck said this one day. He's like, I love it when my wife washes our trash. Because we'll get takeout containers, and my wife will wash them too, and
so does Claire.
And I'm like, why we're not keeping these, And so we already have lots of containers, but I see why
You have to wash it out.
It seems like waste if you're throwing them away. I get it. All right, hang on. I know there's calls. We'll do containers another time. But this is another proprietary name that I had no idea. I thought this was a generic term, but laundromat is a proprietary name. The generic name is self-service laundry.
So there was a business that had a bunch of laundry machines.
Well,
and did they coin the name laundromat?
Westinghouse did.
Westinghouse did.
Electric said laundromat. They had the original trademark. The first public clothes washing facility was called a washateria, by the way.
That's a terrible name.
Yeah, so they went with laundromat.
That's like a gynecologist calling it a vageteria. It's two conflicting images.
So then we have a corporate brethren in laundromats because MMR used to be owned by Westinghouse at one point. Yeah, so we are cousins to the laundromat.
There's a point where I fondly recommend when Claire and I first got married, where we had our laundromat was right across from the place, Casey, you'd love this, that made the best burgers in town. So you could tie them both together.
That's a great idea.
And go to the laundromat.
All right, so here's one you guys probably already knew, Vaseline. That's a brand name.
Yeah.
Petroleum jelly is actually the generic name. Jacuzzi, we already covered that. Hot tub is the generic name for that. Jet ski.
Yeah.
That is a product name. The generic name is personal watercraft.
So
jet ski is a trademark of Kawasaki.
Okay, but you would think that would be a very appropriate description of what it is.
Yeah.
It is a ski device powered by jet, right?
But also a jet ski, people use the term jet ski improperly because a jet ski is one of those watercrafts that you either kneel in or stand on.
Yeah, you can do either. You can do both on that.
A wave runner is the one that you sit on.
So, by the way, a wave runner is a trademark of Yamaha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's trademark as well. A Ski-Doo?
Yeah.
Those are similar to a wave runner.
Yeah, it's a brand name. So
yeah.
The one that has the slightly elevated handlebars, and then there's one where that is basically a crouched over motorcycle position.
Yeah.
There's one where you're up a little bit higher. As you can see, I'm horrible. Yes, we're
that's
looking
a jet ski.
Yeah, the one you're talking about is a jet ski. And
a friend of mine used to be a professional jet ski. He got paid to be in competitions and stuff like that. He did crazy stuff.
I would love to have one.
It was insane.
But it'd be like the ping pong table. When would you use it?
Well, quick question. How long, what's the maximum amount of time to spend on a jet ski?
30 minutes.
I'd say 45 minutes.
Yeah, it gets old after a while.
Yeah.
Does it?
You've had your fun.
Yeah.
So, Steve, I had I wanted to get a wave runner. That was, by the way, my friend owned one. He had one wave runner. He's like, dude, don't ever get a wave runner. You got to get two because otherwise it just
you want to go with someone
by yourself is boring.
But I thought I wanted a wave runner, and then I rented one for a half hour, and my hand kept falling asleep.
You're done.
My hand, because you're
it's vibrating.
It's vibrating, but also for me,
it's locked in that position.
It's locked in a position where it just falls asleep, and the trigger throttle. You have to hold it down.
What about cases like out of the where you guys are? Like, can you different places? Can you go along? Well, I guess not.
Yeah.
On the bay side.
On the bay
side. On the bay side, so you can kind of tour around on it, right?
Yep.
All right, here. Let me get back to another proprietary name. I bet you guys didn't know this. Bubble wrap. Bubble wrap is not a generic name,
and it seems completely descriptive of what it is. That's where you're looking for. You look for. Well, that seems like a very self-evident name, but that's the brand name.
The generic name is bubble cushioning.
I think Bubble Wrap says it better.
It is a trademark name of the Sealed Air Corporation. And actually, I read that the origin of bubble wrap was initially invented to be a type of 3D wallpaper. and they put it up, and they're like, I guess they checked it out, and then they realized, wait, we can use this to packaging.
Really?
Yeah. All right, how about this? Onesie is not a generic term. It is a brand name. The generic name for a onesie is infant bodysuit.
Oh, wow.
Come on.
And Gerber owns the trademark to the name.
Gerber owns onesie?
So wait, but there's not an actual onesie brand then, is there?
I don't know. They own the trademark, so they have specific name usage terms on their website.
It was originally developed to create baby wallpaper.
Okay, so maybe they're calling it a onesie on their website, but it's not necessarily. Oh no, it is a brand.
Yeah, it's a brand name.
It's a brand. Yeah,
owned by Gerber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How about this one? Escalator is not a generic name. It's a brand name.
Mobile. All right. Staircase. Mobile staircase.
Moving staircase.
Moving staircase
is the generic term for it. So the Otis Elevator Company, as you would imagine,
Otis
used the term. He loves us. Used its trademark term escalator so generically that the court determined that now any moving staircase can be called an escalator.
By Sometimes you lose that. Yeah.
Go ahead. Walking up and down an escalator when it's not working sucks because the
height.
It's not spaced properly.
Yeah.
Right. No, I hear you though. It's the old joke is was trapped on an escalator.
Right. Casey, crockpot.
Yeah, it's a slow cooker.
Is a slow cooker.
Yep.
Exactly. It's trademarked by Sunbeam Products. So
Sunbeam.
not all slow cookers are crock pots.
Okay, so is Sunbeam Products the same one who makes the Sunbeam bread?
I don't know.
Do you remember that commercial?
I do remember that.
I
don't.
like bread and butter. I like toast and jam. I like the taste of Sunbeam bread. It's my favorite bread. Yeah.
Remember?
That's the commercial where they tell the chickpea joke, right?
I think it's the same thing for the crock pot commercial.
Okay.
They use the same jingle.
I like crock pot.
All right, fiberglass is not a generic term. You will not believe what the generic name for fiberglass is.
Is it anything you think we'd guess?
No.
Okay,
no.
then just go for it.
It's known as glass wool.
Glass wool.
Great wool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Just
who,
good-looking wool.
And where was that invented? Because I had a friend of mine who said that his grandfather, or maybe great-grandfather, had invented the fiberglass backboard.
Was he at his high school reunion at the time?
No.
It's owned by a name that you know, Owens Corning.
Yes. Know it very
So
well.
Corningware.
Right.
And that came from the space program.
Yes, it did.
From back like the Apollo programs. So he came up with the product in the early 1900s. That's how far back fiberglass goes. Glass wool.
So it was definitely your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. No, not his friend, but I want to know where it was invented. If it was in this area, then maybe there's a little validity to his claim.
He invented Post-its.
No?
Not really.
Okay, liar.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, in fact, it says it was awarded to Prussian inventor Hermann Hammerstein.
Was he Prussian by any chance, Case?
Does he live in King of Prussia?
He's German.
All right.
Is he from King of Prussia? All right, anyway. Granola.
Yeah.
No.
That I knew.
You
yeah,
did?
Yeah, that I did know.
I thought that was a generic term. No, that's a brand name. And it's the generic name is whole grain cereal. Granola was trademarked by John Kellogg, who was commissioned to replicate a healthy breakfast named Granula that was developed by Dr. Caleb Jackson, a vegetarian who opposed traditional breakfasts and created the product in 1863.
Kellogg was a big quality of life, health. You remember that movie with where they have the health farm that is run by Kellogg?
And then they made Sugar Smacks later.
Sure, yeah.
Right. Oh, healthy.
All right, one last one. Hacky Sack is a brand name.
Yeah.
What's the name of the game? Or what do they call the game?
The generic term for it is foot bag.
Foot bag.
Yep.
Is it really?
It is,
Foot
yeah.
bag?
Dude, we played hacky sack so much in
Me
college.
too. In high school, that's when I was doing it.
How long could you keep it going?
Not very long.
We got pretty good at it. We would have circles like at lunch or before school, even out in front of the school, and we used to play all the time. I have a pretty cool little trick I could show you. If we had a
Do you have a
foot bag
hacky
around
sack?
here.
No.
No, but any
A nut sack?
You know what? That's too heavy.
We used to, in college, everybody had a hacky sack on them.
Let me see if I can do this.
All right.
So,
Your foot stall?
It was a serve.
Oh, that one, yes. Yes.
Yeah, where you flip it up like that?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, that was for me and Casey. Everybody.
So Teflon's not on that list? Because I think that's one as well. Teflon and Gore-Tex are both.
No.
Okay.
This doesn't have all of them.
Gotcha.
This is just
Gore-Tex is
some
definitely
some interesting ones.
Name brand.
So John Stahlberger and Mike Marshall were credited with the invention of the game, Hacky Sack, calling it Hacking the Sack.
Hacking the Sack.
Which later led to the trademark product Hacky Sack. Wham-O Toys has the
Wham-O.
trademark. Yeah.
I loved Wham-O.
Like Frisbee is not a generic term. Frisbee is a brand name. from
Frisbee's a
Wham-O.
Wham-O product, too,
Yeah,
is it
it
not?
is, absolutely.
When did Wham-O, I remember when Wham-O came on the scene, unless I'm misremembering it.
So much stuff.
But they had all sorts of stuff, and they
made like the wiffle ball bats and stuff like that.
The
I'll get it.
boomerangs.
What was that?
That was my computer. I wanted to raise my hand.
I thought it was a sound effect.
Oh my God.
Is that what a hacky sack sounds like?
What happened?
Scared me.
I'm scared there. Did I turn my mic off?
No, you're on. I can hear you.
me.
Are your headphones working?
Nope.
Oh,
Hey, maybe
Oh,
unplug
man.
your headphone.
Yeah.
I was going to say that Wham-O has a whole bunch of these names. They got hula hoop, frisbee, slip and slide, Super Bowl, track ball.
Oh, wait.
Silly string.
track ball.
I love
Yeah.
track ball. Preston,
It's like a highlight.
Right, the way you could have that ball curve on a track ball, one of the best games ever. And remember the people that came in? They made their own hula hoops that were extra large.
Oh, yeah. Was that Wham-O people?
No, but they were making their own. But when I got my first hula hoop, I loved it.
By the way, they also have Silly String and Boogie Board.
And Boogie Board.
Wow. This sounds like a generic term as well.
What's the one we're looking at? You put the ring around your ankle and the
Skip-Bo.
Yeah.
Oh, my
I used
God.
to love that.
I couldn't do it.
Oh, I was so good
I
at
could
it.
not do it. I tried. Now I was an adult when I tried doing it, so
right.
maybe that's why I couldn't do it. But, all right. Anyway, listen. I thought this was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
These are proprietary names that you thought were generic names all those years.
Yeah.
Like Dumpster. Who the hell knew? All right. Anyhow,
Or the Bagster.
we are way in the Bagster. We are way over our time. We went late with this, and we got guests coming up and stuff. So I should give you something right now.
Yeah.
The band Kaleo. I've got a pair of tickets to see them. They are playing the Fight or Flight Tour Saturday, April 16th at the Met.
Cool.
These are the guys out of Iceland.
Yeah.
Really cool guys. They've been by our studio before. So let's take callers 9 and 10 at 215-263 WMMR. We'll set you up. You can click concerts at WMMR.com for complete details, but we'll set you up with some tickets for free. We're going to break. We're going to have comedian Steve Byrne on a little bit and a few other guests as well. And when we return, your chance to win with MMR's concert cash, so don't miss that.
Archives. A recently unearthed tape of a special guest MMR DJ.
There must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jake Jill.
Splooge. All right. So anyhow,
Well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah, never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the
Kathy,
first time. The guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, and neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother, like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh, my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland,
the happiest place on earth.
Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just Some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget. It was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently, this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
After they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on.
Everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all that
don't
sort of stuff.
fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade
That's
all the time.
exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
oh
what
my
a good dad.
Oh, you are. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let them know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggested
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Vsco girls, yeah, and that's spelled Vsco.
Yeah,
Vsco. You've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday, and so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Vsco.
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Vsco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant. VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like
okay,
that.
okay.
So the crickets. Vsco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute.
Really, it's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Vsco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing. Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that is.
It is. Yeah. So the Vsco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
Vsco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are two essential settings on the Vsco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And they would go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Vsco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Vsco girl before anyone knew. He just wear a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she Vsco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
She
I don't know.
Vsco?
I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Vsco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Vsco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while. And like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Vsco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
And it says Giant Vsco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's no, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a thing.
Can we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment. As in, I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
you
on the
look
show.
up on BuzzFeed.
Research.
Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah,
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And,
Okay.
And hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow,
Bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from.
And
Thank you, Kathy. By the way, before we go into the bizarre file, I got a text with this little known fact that should be of interest to Casey. We were talking about different products a little while ago. And maybe you already knew this, Casey, but the Slinky was made in Clifton Heights.
Yeah.
You knew that?
No, there's like
Okay.
I think like the Clifton, maybe like the fire department.
Yes, there's a historical sign in front of the Clifton Firehouse commemorating.
Is that where the Slinky was invented, at a firehouse?
I guess so.
Or on that site, the Slinky was invented at later
I don't know
firehouse.
why it was invented there.
It was some type of emergency vehicle?
We'll have to research that a little bit. So,
Could you turn the Slinky into a vehicle? I don't think you could.
I thought you would like that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you today by Pella. Your journey to upgrade to Pella windows and doors is easy, and for a limited time, you can get 50% off installation. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaPhilly.com. All right, this is a lengthy story, but one that deserves to be in the bizarre file. A man who moved into his daughter's college dorm and charmed her schoolmates with stories about his wisdom was convicted Wednesday on charges that he exploited the close-knit group using threats and violence to enrich himself with millions of dollars.
Yeah,
What in the hell?
We talked about this, right?
I don't remember
Then
talking about
Then
this.
I read
no.
the article.
Okay.
And so they convicted him.
Yeah, so this guy was almost running a pseudo cult, they were saying.
Yeah, it was very bizarre.
Lawrence Ray is his name, was convicted. He's 62 years old, convicted at a trial where weeks of testimony chronicled his psychological manipulative relationship with young people that he met in the fall of 2010 at Sarah Lawrence College, a small New York liberal arts school. Ray moved into his daughter's dorm room.
What the hell is that about?
After finishing a prison stint for securities and fraud conviction. Sentencing was set for September 16th on charges including racketeering, conspiracy, forced labor, sex trafficking, and obstruction of justice. Guilty verdicts were returned on 15 counts. He could face life in prison.
How does the school allow that?
Listen to this. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said that he's charged a group of friends who had charged a group of friends who had their whole lives ahead of them. For the next decade, he used violence, threats, and psychological abuse to try to control and destroy their lives. He exploited them, he terrorized them, he tortured them. A month-long trial that featured testimony from numerous victims took place. Some testified that Ray had made them believe that they had poisoned or otherwise harmed him, and they needed to pay him back. One woman testified that she became a sex worker to try to pay reparations to Ray after becoming convinced that she had poisoned him. And you're going to see this is a common theme through this story. Right. She said that over 4 years, she gave Ray $2.5 million in installments that averaged between $10,000 to $50,000 per week. Several students testified that they were drawn into Ray's world as he told them stories of his past influence in New York City politics, including his role in ruining the career of former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick.
Yes.
After serving as the best man at his wedding years earlier. Ray had, in fact, been a figure in the corruption investigation that derailed Carrick's nomination to lead the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Some of the students agreed to live with Ray in the summer of 2011 at his Manhattan one-bedroom apartment, where his sinister side emerged as he started to claim that the students had poisoned and harmed him or his property. To make amends, they testified that they did what he asked, including turning over money. One man said he gave Ray over $100,000. Prosecutors said the money was never enough. Through threats and violence and videotape confessions, Ray tightened his hold on the young people, including forcing them to do landscaping and other work at the Pinehurst, North Carolina home of his stepfather in 2013. And the abuse culminated in October 2018 when Ray, for hours, repeatedly abused the woman who gave him her proceeds from sex work, forcing her to be tied naked to a chair while he berated her, choked her with a leash, and made her fear for her life by putting a bag over her head.
Okay.
Is this not twisted? This is crazy.
So these kids had to be well-to-do or come from money that they were able to produce all this money for him.
Well, I don't know. She worked in the sex industry to give him the money.
$2.5 million?
Over several years. So, yeah, it's crazy. Ray carried out his crimes with the help from his daughter, Isabella Pollock, a woman who has pleaded not guilty to criminal charges. And a woman named Isabella Pollock.
Right.
Prosecutor said his trial is set for later this year. The daughter has not been charged. That is...
I want to see that. I want to see that documentary on this.
Yeah, I do too.
That's incredible.
All right, here's a completely different story. Former Lebanon, Ohio police officer Eric Holmes resigned recently after his department discovered that he was filling out internal paperwork to make it appear that he was writing traffic tickets, but the drivers were not actually being cited. So he would pull people over and just sit in his car and do paperwork, pretending like he was writing tickets for them.
Wow.
Apparently, documents from the internal investigation show
paid my cable bill.
Between 2018 and 2022, Officer Holmes allegedly issued 613 traffic citations, in which 140 or 22% of those appear to be missing from court records. Holmes was placed on administrative leave and later resigned. He told his supervisors that he would be frustrated as he was writing a ticket because he was in a rush and dealing with multiple things, and then stop issuing the ticket and let the driver go.
I'm just not good with this.
The investigation has now been sent to the Warren County Prosecutor's Office to review for potential criminal charges. And I think we only have time for one more. So let me go with a go. Oh, yeah. Okay. How about this? A mom named Fran Shell posted an unsettling security video to TikTok and gained over 14 million views. In the video, Fran's husband is putting their 3-year-old son to bed when the child begins to fret and points to the Ring camera in his room. When his dad questions him about it, he says that the camera talks to him at night. And Fran is then called in and begins asking follow-up questions. And her son says the voice belongs to a boy, and it says it wants ice cream.
Oh, my.
I'm scared.
The parents note the child has made this claim before, and so they promptly removed the camera from his room. In a follow-up video, Fran explained that she had a customer service call with Ring and was advised to change their passwords and add 2-factor authentication.
This happens actually a lot. People can hack into the Ring doorbells or the monitoring system, and there are two-way communication capabilities on a lot of these, and that's what's happening.
Ring also released a statement saying, "We take customer privacy and security extremely seriously. We work directly with this customer to investigate this matter and found no indication of unauthorized access or suspicious activity
So that
related
it was a ghost boy
to her Ring account or devices." I think it's a ghost boy.
Yeah, it had to be, right?
Yeah. All right. Anyway, that is all I have in the bizarre file for you now. We have to, our guest is coming up shortly, right?
Yes.
All right. So we got to take a break right now, come back in just a moment, and remind you that you still have a couple minutes, maybe 2 minutes left to enter the word advantage for the MMR concert cash giveaway. So get on it now. The word is advantage. Do it.
Do it.
Right now. Do it. We want you to win. We'll be back with Steve Byrne. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Mammoth and Dirty Honey are carrying the rock flag for the next generation.
It's very hard.
That's the only
I
thing.
it's much easier.
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Vsco girl.
It's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Vsco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just
moved
knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning, Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went off.
It actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
set
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
It's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured his
I
over.
just brought
Didn't
my
have
stuff over
chance.
and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys.
Yes, my
looks-
Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like
Oh my God, I
getting
love
rid of a
it.
lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I love
Yeah.
you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first.
I guess
office
it hasn't been
was-
15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years,
Right.
though, but
because we're in a super. It was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Is it that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
yeah.
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just this. Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Well, wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation
That's
between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, yes, chin down. That would be
You
dwelling.
idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't know.
she's
A dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Oh my God!
Stop. Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it.
Why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking
birthday.
the girl that we have up in this photo, I think, is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No,
this
that's the
morning.
singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack. Oh.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
She was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "Fu."
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour.
Lily legs, Lily, really.
Londoners have spotted the two out hanging out and, of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
It's like noon.
Super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! What are Casey and Kathy doing on this
We
call?
just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually...
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Shh, shh. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses. Now his hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, personally, of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, how do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody, she told the Hollywood Reporter. I believe him, and I would work with him anytime. She said, I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him.
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there. I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I haven't.
Like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where they do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event.
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party, and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party, and you don't actually know yet until you get
to the party,
right.
And then they say, by the way, you're all going to be in.
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
Right.
yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so. You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together like. with the gender reveal stuff now, that went from 0 to 60.
I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually, something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now, an I do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore because now if you have out of town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out of town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out of town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I do barbecue,
I think the I do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only invite.
An I do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that would be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also. I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
This is
really.
useless.
That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
barber bris.
The barber bris.
But listen, like the I do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal.
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an explanation,
right now.
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that and it's the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went...
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose. Saturday. Want to get your tickets now at heliumcomedy.com. I'll bet you those shows are going to sell out because he is a hell of a talent and he's a good friend. And he's coming live from Nashville, Tennessee this morning. Mr. Steve Byrne is with us. What's up, Steve?
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
We're good. Anytime, man. Anytime at all. Wait a minute. Is Nashville a new? Did you move there recently, or have you been there for a while?
I moved here about a year ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Just with COVID and everything getting hyper politicized out there, I'm not the most political person. But I knew I had to get out of there when my daughter asked me to help with our homework. It was a math question. I said, sure, I'll try to help you. And the question was, if you divide the number of genders by bathrooms you can use, how much climate change do you get?
It was a little much. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Steve, you're in the home of bachelorette parties.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Nashville is, Kathy's gone. I know a number of people gone. And
it was great.
Nashville's
Well, I agree with you. And being a married man and seeing all these bachelorette parties, You're like Liam Neeson at the end of Taken. You're like, I have all these skills and I can't do anything with them. I can't use them anymore.
I will say though, like I was ready to leave when it was over. It was time to go home.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like Vegas.
Yeah, kind of.
Nashville's great though. The way it's come around and become that destination. I mean, years ago, it was associated more primarily with country music, but now the rock artists, everybody goes to record there. So it's got that on the uptake feel to it.
Yeah, and that is the thing. I mean, this is a town that revolves around the music industry, and I've gotten to meet a lot of the country artists. What I think is kind of cool is that these country artists are getting like woke, I guess, to a degree, and they're changing their names. Like I know Lady Antebellum changed it to Lady A. The Dixie Chicks are just the Chicks. Then I heard Alabama is now Vermont.
Wow, I didn't know that.
That's a drastic change. That's very that doesn't seem to be a wise business
Vermont
move.
doesn't even doesn't roll off the tongue like Alabama does either. That's a bold choice. Wow.
Did you guys hear this? That all those music artists pulled their music off of Spotify because of Rogan.
Yeah.
And I heard that Neil Young, Graham Nash, and Joni Mitchell are actually taking it to where their demo actually listens to it. It's called Liver Spotify.
Dude.
Did you see?
Come on, dude.
It's 7 in the morning. It's 8 in the morning.
Liver Spotify.
Did you see Joni Mitchell at the Grammys?
I didn't watch the Grammys.
Yeah.
I was having PTSD from the other award show.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Joni. Well, Joni was. She's a great talent, but she's. Sometimes you always wonder, like, when they show up, when you like Liza Minnelli at the Oscars, it's like. This is not gonna, know. I mean, and then she has the unfortunate thing of following the whole Will Smith encounter.
Right.
So, it was just. They do this. They did it with Kirk Douglas. They brought him out, and I listen. I understand a storied career and great reasons to laud these people, but someone should just say, "This is not. It's embarrassing for them, and it's embarrassing for us." When they're out, when they're in that kind of shape. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when they're that old and they're approaching their 80s, it's like, let's not do that. Run for office.
Yeah, that's time for that.
That's the time.
That's clearly what you're doing.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, were you watching the Oscars live, or did you see next day all the events unfold?
I learned about it in real time because I wasn't watching it, and then I saw a ticker on CNN. It said CNN reports Will Smith is mostly peaceful at the Oscars, and I thought, what does that mean? And then I tuned in and saw it all, and I just felt bad. I mean, imagine working on a film, G.I. Jane, 25 years ago, and your movie is finally announced at the Oscars. It's like,
By the way, G.I. Jane was not a. It was a modest hit, and the whole thing was that she had shaved her head, Demi Moore, for the role and gotten sort of jacked, and she looked great. But I was watching it real time as well, and I'm like, you couldn't process what was going on because there was a clear moment where Will Smith seems to be, and not to bring this all up again, he's laughing at the joke, and then the whole. Let me ask you. You as a comedian, as a working comedian, and a lot of comedians reacted in kind and said, this makes it more dangerous for us. Do you have that feeling, or do you think that was overreacting?
I think it was overreacting. I think the guy's wires were crossed, but a lot has come out since then. And what I think we understand now is that Will Smith was upset before Chris Rock even got on stage. I guess when they showed up, Jada Smith had made reservations for their table at the Oscars, and she made the reservation for a table of 3.
Yeah.
So that's why Will Smith was pretty upset.
Oh, I did not. I had no idea.
But now people are furious. People are furious that Hollywood gave Will Smith a standing ovation. They had to. He just smacked the hell out of Chris Rock. They knew that was going to happen for them too. If he didn't get the standing ovation.
For all we know, he was armed. I don't know.
You would piss him off.
Yeah.
So but again, that I think of all the years, and I used to love watching the Academy Awards, and I thought this presentation that was kind of interesting this time around. It moved a little bit better, but there's never anything like that, even close in the history of award shows. I think it will change the complexion of award shows and I was kind of cool on them all adopting the Golden Globes stage design, where it's a little bit easier to get access to, and everyone's at tables. I wonder if something like this is going to make them rethink that and go old school.
That's the interesting thing is that, as much as people are going to be against Will Smith saying those things, right, or that action of him doing it, he did recalibrate all the award shows from now on, because every award show, as you guys know, they have a pool of writers. They have a writer's room.
Right.
And those writers' rooms from now on, I guarantee the mandate is let's stay away from anything that could potentially jar somebody from or trigger them from coming up.
Right.
Probably.
So you're here next week, and we understand that you are. Do you play golf, by the way?
I am not a great golfer. I'm excited. I will say this about golf, the sport of golf. I'm happy to see Tiger Woods get back out there.
We wanted to ask about that.
He's playing in the Masters. As you guys know, the Masters is sponsored by Mercedes. And the difference between a golf ball and a Mercedes is that Tiger Woods can drive a golf ball 300 yards without hitting a tree.
Okay.
So, guys, don't throw it down the center above the plate if you don't.
Do more golf ball jokes.
That's right. That's right about that.
Well, Steve, you would appreciate this because I know we're both nerds, but Warner Brothers yesterday announced they're making a new Superman film. It's not a traditional Superman, as we all know. This will be a black Superman, and it's not kryptonite that will harm him. It is Kardashian.
We were talking about the special on ABC last night with the it was a complete puff piece because Disney owns Hulu, and it's supposed to be sort of a like a news feature on the family. We were playing the clips, and it's just it's beyond. It's unbearable.
We have a love-hate relationship with them because we hate them, but we love to talk about them. You know what I mean? It's just the whole I don't know, LA fakeness and all that stuff. It just drives us crazy. But it's great fodder. We love talking about it.
They, every time you think, oh, they're done.
Yeah,
we can't, and they're like a turd that won't flush. They just keep popping up. It's like, how many times do I have to flush, and they're still here? It's crazy.
You do get that vibe, but they are, and again, they are a multi-billion-dollar empire. It's one of those you can't argue with that. But again, as you said, it's that turd that just keeps coming back to the top.
Hey, Steve, I wanted to ask about this. I know you do a podcast with Joe Gatto of Impractical Jokers. Joe has left the group. We had Murr on just a few weeks ago because we love that show. You're in some episodes because they're having people take Joe's spot. They're kind of rotating some people through. Are you doing that?
I did an episode with them, and I got to tell you, it's a great experience. It really is a lot of fun, but as a viewer, you're watching it, right? And then you're doing it, and it's a completely different, it's like living life on the other side of the mirror. It's a different perspective. And so my job that day was I was in an office, and I'm trying to take these guys out. And Brian Quinn knows I like Jameson, and so he stashed a bottle of Jameson behind the couch, and we're doing shots in between things. Oh, no. And then Sal started drinking it, then Murr started drinking it, and we finished the bottle in 45 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And then Murray, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but Murray had to film another segment after we were done.
Oh, no.
He was slurring so bad that a Turner executive showed up and he goes, "What's going on here?" And they go, "He just came from the dentist."
Nice.
That's great.
And they're so good at recovery and everything. And oh my God, it was really, really bad. But it was one of the funnest experiences I've ever had. And all four of those guys are still as classy, and they're just great dudes.
We have them on all the time, and they could not be nicer and fan friendly, and they're self-deprecating, which is one of the things that we just love, that they don't take themselves too seriously. Obviously, that they put themselves through that crap. That's a proof positive.
Sure.
Yeah.
And an actor who does take himself too seriously is Jussie Smollett. Have you guys heard about this guy?
have heard about him? Yes.
Got out of prison, as your listeners may or may not know. Empire actor, African American, talented actor. Hired two Nigerians to pose as MAGA guys. Beat him up. It all turns out to be a lie. And I have so much respect for Jussie Smollett because he's the first American to scam Nigerians.
It's true.
Yeah. Hey,
about.
Steve, I want to ask a question, and this is specifically for the people watching on YouTube right now. You are using something that I didn't even know that they even make anymore. Can you show everybody the pen that you're using? This is like
the old.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's a pen. I'll describe for our radio listening audience. It's a pen that at the top where you push the button down to engage the ink, the ballpoint to come out. But you had a choice between 4 different colors, and his has black. It looks like red, blue, and green, and you could choose which one you wanted to
I
use.
haven't seen one of those in a long, long time. I didn't even know they made them anymore.
This is the last thing I bought from California. This is a 4-gendered pen.
Those used to be great. So you could quote unquote color with a pen, which made it really awesome.
That's right.
I have to ask you because you mentioned the nerdy thing that we share and the love of Batman. Did you see the Batman and what did you think?
Oh my God, this is I can't believe this, but I have not seen it yet. I've been so swamped since it's come out, and it's been the one thing I want to see. But everybody I've talked to I'm like, how is it? They're like, it's really good. And then you feel this slight hesitation.
I'm going to say it's great. Yeah. It is. I'm going to put it at great level. Yeah. I'm going to put it at way up there. I think you're going to be blown away. I think it's it's in line with a number of the graphic novels. There's a bit of Seven in there. There's a bit of a Taxi Driver in there. There's, Matt Reeves is a great director. Pattinson's a solid Batman. I was just curious. I thought for sure you'd see it because you're tied in. You're friends with a lot of the DC folk.
Yes, of course. And I love it. And Batman and Superman are my 2 favorites, but I just haven't had time to see it. But I also think I think I finally hit that point of superhero fatigue where, so much has come out, and I was always the guy at midnight to show up. I'll tell you how excited I was to see the Avengers. I went to see the Avengers. It was so exciting. And then I realized I came out, I saw it at ArcLight, a really nice movie theater in Los Angeles.
Right.
I came back to my car. I realized, I cannot believe I did this. I left my car running. I put it in park and I ran into the theater. I was so excited. And I told my wife this and she's like, are you kidding me? I must have like a guardian angel. It's sitting in Los Angeles in a parking garage running the whole time. Anybody could have taken it.
Right.
I was so excited to see the Hulk and Thor in a scene together. What a moron.
Yeah, no, we've all had those
I have
moments.
done that.
Casey's done it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
At
I left
a
my car
mall.
running in the mall parking lot. I was in there. And as I'm walking back to my car, I'm looking for the keys. And I'm like, man, I left the keys in the mall somewhere. I'm like, I've been in like 1,000 stores. Where could I have left my keys? And then not only did I leave my car running, Steve, but the radio was blaring. Like I opened the car door and the radio, I was like, okay.
You've been doing it. He's been doing a lot of stuff lately. He has a hatchback. He left the hatch open, drove for miles.
Yeah.
What was the other thing you did?
So I left my hatch open and on a couple of different occasions, drove off with my hatch open. I can't remember what the other thing I did though, Press.
And it was cold out, and you didn't even realize it until.
Well, there's the Coke, the sodas, right?
Yeah, that was because I left my hatch open.
Yeah,
I had driven off from the supermarket, and all the soda that I bought had just left the car. And it wasn't until I had gotten to the light at the end of the parking lot, I was like, because I'm looking in my rearview mirror, and I'm like, that's very odd. Everything just seems like bright and white. And I'm like.
Casey, is everything okay at home?
No, everything. Listen, the problem is
normal behavior.
Is everything okay at home?
The problem was, and I don't normally do this, but I had my earbuds in, and I was distracted by the music that I was listening to in my earbuds. I don't normally drive.
To get to the grand opening of a Yankee Candle, because I know how you are. You're a part-time chocolatier, and you love candle making. You have a deep affection for it.
They're exciting stores, absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Steve, are you working on, because we talked to you, I think last time before, about Opening Act, which is your the movie that you wrote and directed. Are you working on anything else? Have you had time to?
I just turned in 2 features. I'm actually coming to Philly because I just got word I'm filming my 5th hour special in the next 3 to 4 months. So
wow.
I'll be doing that. But I hate to admit this, but coming out of COVID, comedy is one of the last things to come back. So
right.
I actually, you got to pay the bills. And I hate to admit this, but I was in my first porn. I
Wow.
I played husband that goes to work. So,
That's a thankless job.
It's a needed one,
Yeah.
you know, to add the titillation of someone not being there.
So that
very necessary to keep the narrative going. The
Yes,
story
exactly.
flowing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, listen, brother, we're excited. You're going to be back in town next Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Steve Byrne will be appearing at Helium Comedy Club, and you can get your tickets now. Let's see. First show on Thursday is at 8 p.m. One show on Thursday at 8 p.m. Then you got 2 shows each night on Friday and Saturday. So heliumcomedy.com. Dude, it's always great to catch up with you, and I'm sure we'll talk again in the near future. So have a great day, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you guys so much. And to anybody worried about the war in Ukraine, do not worry anymore. I just heard Kyle Rittenhouse ask his mother to drop him off there.
Oh, my God.
Good
Okay,
hands,
good.
guys.
Okay, good.
Okay, guys, what?
Thank
I love
you.
you.
All right, Steve Byrne. Oh, my God. All right, listen, we got to take a break because we still have a couple more guests on the way.
We do.
And we also have Concert Cash coming up. We want to make sure that we stay on or as close to on time as we can. So we'll come back in just a second. We're going to find out what's coming up in the Phils game tomorrow. It's opening day and the season opener. And our friend Kate Flannery as well. So we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Did not know that. High school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and
Yes.
I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I didn't.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him. And it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was back up.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, yeah. Right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right? Yeah.
Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With
not-
how
it's
good
not
you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term "I do barbecue" before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your
Right.
sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers.
your golden showers, the
I mean,
butterscotch bandits,
and that's fine.
overcomers.
That's, guys, you're combining things that
It's
don't.
disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a
We're
movie.
here for the hot Carl party.
What were you gonna say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in that should
They
go on
had
a
an I do
Hallmark card.
barbecue.
They had
and
an I-
now he's dead.
Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a
isn't it?
miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Ah,
That's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues. though.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They are ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Oh, yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, so that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other
So
day.
there is huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments. But Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
They're not 5 feet high.
All right, they're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad listen, it looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
That buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and
looking
my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my
Swords.
stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
we'll
we
see.
threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah. We'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay.
That's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
I
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when
Once
it doesn't
there's
look
a
good.
stain,
That's why she's.
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but then
never
you-
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I always
lovely.
wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
Okay.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound, several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween 1 year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with
but
gas
anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah, that's
which is a
1980.
Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I actually I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I have I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or you know, there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday
That's
night.
correct.
And he owned that. It was like a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and
you
then
could
Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. You know, but this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him. But he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line. But so does the movie star.
Yeah. And
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, you know, by torture.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh, no.
Correct.
And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the
it's
whole thing.
Nothing
you know?
times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, you know. But then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, you know, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, you know, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You know, you're dressing up as a Bobby, you know, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, and that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost. You know.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair for the role.
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character in the
Very much, Kathy. Well, it's tradition at the start of baseball season. We like to have a good friend of the show in the studio to tell us what is coming up, especially for opening day.
Big day.
And it's also the season opener as well for the Phils tomorrow. And like I said, weather's going to be decent. It's rainy. It's nasty today. We're looking at 62, partly cloudy, maybe a spotty shower, but it's... Dude, I've been out there when it's been like 40 degrees on opening day. I'll take 62 and partly cloudy anytime. John Brazier is here with us. director of fun and
what?
games.
It always seems that the day before the opener is like the perfect day.
Oh, yeah.
And then the opener is the one that's
Not
bad. And it
this
looks like it's
time.
going to be the opposite.
Yeah.
Which is great.
And you'll take it.
Excellent.
Yeah, cool, man.
So welcome back. Good to see you again, sir.
It's great to see you guys. And I'm sorry we couldn't figure out the spring training because you guys always ticketed for St. Patty's Day, which I already have you booked for next year.
Yes.
Because we're going to be home on St. Patty's Day. So.
You look tan, though.
I was down there for 10 days. Yeah.
Nice.
Came back. And so the
Okay.
weather hasn't been too bad here. So all good.
Well, listen, I'm glad the league got it together because
As
one
am I.
of the decisions of us trying to figure out if we were going to make it down there or not was, is there going to be a season? Is it going to start? So I'm glad they got it together.
Yeah, we were all obviously worried. Obviously, fans are, but if you work for the Phillies, it's even more so. So glad they got the resolve, didn't have to miss any games, and it's going to be, I tell you what, then right after that, we had the shortened free agency period where basically teams are scrambling, trying to figure out what their roster is going to be. And what do? We pick up, obviously, Kyle Schwarber, which is a big acquisition, but then Nick Castellanos, and we already did some moves before that with shoring up our bullpen. So, talk about a fun offensive year this year. There's going to be a lot of home runs.
Well, Nick's our baseball guy, and he's been telling me very cautiously how optimistic he is about the year.
I hate saying it publicly because I honestly feel like I'm superstitious about it. Like I feel like I'm a jinx. But John, the names you just mentioned, and then with Bryce Harper, with a healthy Rhys Hoskins, with JT Realmuto and Gene Segura, like these guys coming in, it's
and a healthy DD,
and it's a
the
great
guy
lineup.
who had 6 home runs in spring training, Mickey Moniak, right? That's a guy that everyone forgot about. He's number one, obviously one overall. He's still young, and I guess he made a little adjustment. The MVP so far might be our hitting coach, Kevin Long, who basically made a little adjustment for him. And who knows if this can carry through to the season, that and this guy Bryson Stott. So we've got a nice combination of veterans and young guys, and it's in time too because the big Liberty Bell, it's up there out in the outfield.
Yeah.
We put all these thousands of LED lights in there, so you're going to see this thing, and it moves obviously and rings when we have home runs. So hopefully you're going to see that, a lot.
You
You're
get
going
to
to
see
see those
it,
LED lights flashing a lot this summer.
Right. It's been a decade since the team has made the playoffs. They've underperformed a few years. They've had some teams that weren't good in a few of those years. My prediction is that ends this year. I really think that we're going to make the playoffs. I don't know if they win the division. The Braves won the World Series last year, but they, in my mind anyway, and they on paper, whatever that might mean, they're a much better team now than they were even 4 or 5 months ago.
And I think it's going to be fun, too. Then that whole run, 2007, 2008, and then obviously through 12, we were never out of the game. And so I think that's the beauty of this team right now is that we have great pitching. Zach Wheeler was runner-up to the Cy Young. You still have Aaron Nola. You got Ranger Suarez, new bullpen. But if we're down by 4 runs going into the 8th inning, there's hope because obviously they're going to have to face somebody, Harper, Realmuto, all those guys. So I think you're going to see a lot of, we'll never be quite out of it.
You know what? Also, just the fact that we've had to start, stop, COVID, back and forth, all this stuff that's kind of this jerkiness to everything that's been going on. And this feels like a real season, despite obviously them getting, the everything signed and everybody happy.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of a delay, but this feels like a real normal season. And that means everything because this is a pastime sport. This is a sport that people just count on and it'll be there.
You're exactly right. And it's just been weird. 2 years ago, obviously they were doing spring training basically at FDR Park, and fans couldn't come in. And we had the pandemic crew that was outside the ballpark.
Yeah.
And last year we got a little bit, back to more normal. And this year, as you said, Steve, you're right. It's way back to normal. And I don't know if you guys saw the press conference, but food options at the ballpark. Manco and Manco.
Yeah, we had a lengthy conversation about that. And then
we wanted you to bring us some, but it didn't work out.
I'm going to do that next time. I'm going to talk to Kevin Tedesco and the folks down at Aramark, and we'll do that.
All right.
And then Ryan Howard's place.
Ryan Howard has Colby's Southern Kiss Chicken, which I tried that. Well, I tried it a couple months ago because it's been around for a little bit. But yeah, they're going to be there with a lot of different offerings. There's going to be haven't tried this one yet, but a peanut butter and jelly hamburger.
Right.
Yeah, cheeseburger.
And the jelly is jalapeno jelly.
Yes, jalapeno jelly. So I don't know what that's going to taste like. I probably won't be good if some of my age constitution. But
we have had people that have chimed in and called and said it's actually pretty great. So
yeah, new sausage offerings, all kinds of stuff. So who would ever think that you're going down to the ballpark to get great food?
Great food.
And I tell you what, it works because my daughter's 14 years old. She was watching a commercial, I think it was the Sixers, and they were talking about this big milkshake I haven't been there yet. But there's, and now my daughter's dying to go. There's only 2 more games, but because of the milkshakes.
6,000 calories or whatever it is. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Well, it's up there. Yeah.
John, I had a friend who by happenstance lucked into some Diamond Club tickets.
Yeah.
And I got to sit behind home plate. And Marissa went along with me. And possibly one of the greatest things to ever happen at a ballpark, in my experience, happened. And apparently, if you're lucky enough, if you're privileged enough to get those tickets, at some point they just come and start handing you Shake Shack burgers. And I'm like, this is the greatest night of my life. You can get really taken care of while you're at the ballpark.
Well, I know, and it's tough to, when you work there, it's tough to keep
your weight
off.
Yeah.
Yesterday, as employees, they said, they're doing sampling. We want to get ready for the season. And so all employees can go down and get whatever they want from Shake Shack. Today, it's same thing, Manco and Manco. So to be a Phillies employee, it's great, right? But it's also, you need to have to go to the gym a lot to counterbalance all the nutrition.
So what's up for opening day? Any things you want to mention?
Yeah,
And we'll talk
opening
about some
day
of
is
the
going to be
promotions.
the beauty of opening day with the Phillies is that you have a lot of tradition, pageantry, excitement. So we're going to have the leadoff walk, which we hadn't done in a little bit. And that's when the players come in through the center field entrance and walk down onto the field. We're going to have the big giant flag. We are going to have the Frog X, which are former guys from the Leapfrogs.
Yeah.
Weather permitting.
Skydive.
Yeah, we're going to have Dan Baker, who is the longest tenured PA announcer in all of baseball, probably in all of sports.
50 years now,
50,
right?
Well, really, it's 51 years, but he wants to celebrate this year. So he's right up there with, Lou Nolan, and I think Lou's also at his 50th, which is pretty amazing. Wow. So he's going to be throwing out the first pitch, and he's had some health challenges, so it'll be great to, honor Dan. We're going to have Kane Callis, who's for the last several years has been singing the national anthem. He does it right at his dad's statue, which is pretty cool. And Kane's got that deep.
Yeah.
Here's this Kane Callis, right? He's a world-class poker player. He's an unbelievable bowler. He's an opera singer. I mean,
all these
can you save one of these things for one of us, right?
Yeah. Wow. Listen, we wouldn't be a visit with John Brazier if we didn't talk about the time that the elephant. It's a tradition.
It is a tradition, like the Masters.
Yeah, you've got to talk about it.
Well, that was opening day as well, was it?
Yeah. No, that was the Fanatic's birthday. Because remember, we had the Fanatic in studio, running around. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is, we were talking about the Fanatic for his birthday, which is in April. Yeah. Right? He's having a circus theme, and I brought up in the meeting. Probably about 5 people in our office got it. I said, well, will the Fanatic be coming on the back of an elephant? I put that part in. But that, I'll never forget it. Obviously, why went under the studios and
riding an elephant. So he was going to be coming in
on the back of an elephant.
Coming on the back of an elephant.
I forgot in the stadium part.
And I think I said, that's a hell of a show.
Well, no, I remember exactly what you said. You said, does that mean he's going to be getting off at first base? and that's when everyone just lost it. And everyone fell on the ground. The Fanatic fell on the ground. They had to cut to a break. And I remember walking out of that studio, because I was young, I was early in my career. I said, I might not make this the rest of the day. I might be gone by the time I get back to the ballpark.
So obviously the Fanatic, great and everything, and fireworks tomorrow.
No. We're gonna have fireworks. We have 2 fireworks shows in July.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
What time can you get into the ballpark?
So the gates open at 1 o'clock, and we're gonna have there's gonna be outside on CB Way. There's gonna be a Budweiser block party. So there's gonna be if you want to get down early, even if you don't have tickets,
awesome.
You can go down for the block party, and then gates open at 1. Game is at 3 o'clock. Festivities probably get started around 2:20 or so.
Cool. I'm looking at some of the season's themed games, so maybe I'll run down a couple of these and you can enlighten us a little bit on this. There's going to be a Star Wars night.
Star Wars night, yep.
And that's May 4th, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, May the 4th.
Anybody associated with the movies there?
No.
All right.
No,
but you encourage people to dress the part and stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the people can buy tickets through the theme nights page, and there's a giveaway for the first 500 fans, not for all the fans. So.
Cool. What was your character's name? That disco guy?
Johnny Fresh.
Yeah,
Johnny Fresh. They keep wanting to bring back Johnny Fresh, and I keep killing him. And don't forget Lemon Lime, Preston.
In this outrageous leisure suit.
It was pre-Austin Powers.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that I gave Austin Powers the Mike Myers the idea for Austin Powers.
There's a mystery theme night in April. That's coming up on the 27th. So you find out what it is
those theme
night?
nights are great. Go on the Phillies website, because if you buy tickets through the Theme Nights page, again, you're one of the first 500 people. You get some great giveaways. And we have some other ones that are planned we haven't announced yet. One's going to be really cool in early June.
Wait a minute. Look at this. This is Friday, August 19th, the I Love the 90s post-game concert.
Yes, I knew you guys loved that one.
Listen to this. Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
Tone Loc. Rob Bass and DJ Jazzy Jeff. Oh, dude, I will be there for that.
Post-game, yep.
That's
When is
awesome.
That's
in August.
Yeah, in August.
A Friday night, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, we're doing several of those. We have the Avett Brothers doing a post-game concert.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we have Jake Owen.
Avett Brothers is
That's
June 11th. That's a Saturday. Yeah, you can go to
4
that.
o'clock start.
So Casey brought this to my attention earlier this week or last week, but a lot of start times this year, John, are at 6:45, which is I like that, especially for us, because we get up so early in the
Well,
morning.
it's also obviously kids are in school, so
Okay.
it just gets them out a little earlier. So
That's but is that an adjustment across baseball that they're doing
Yes.
a little bit earlier? Okay.
A lot of teams have gone that way. So
I think that's a great idea.
Believe me,
Yeah.
it's us home early too. So.
Nice, yeah. So, there's a lot of different concerts and stuff that are going to be taking place this season.
Yeah, there's post-game concerts and also just standalone concerts at the Citizens Bank. I know Elton John and
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's right.
This is Elton John's final tour. Yeah, right?
I guess it is,
Yeah, I
right?
think so, right?
Until the next final
Until the next final tour.
Yeah. So, all right, cool, man. Well, for info on these theme nights and stuff.
Yeah, and I brought you guys giveaways too.
what you got?
I
What you
brought
got?
you guys the Nemours Children's Health Fleece headband. We're going to give to all fans tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Right? All fans get that. On Saturday, all fans 15 over are going to get this McDonald's opening night MV3 T-shirt because Bryce Harper's going to get his MVP award beforehand with Mike Schmidt.
Cool.
So that's that. And on Sunday, we have Cavity Busters windbreaker. So that's all kids 14 under are going to get this great red Phillies windbreaker.
Nice.
Very nice.
And I've got some for you guys as well.
Very cool.
Thanks, John. Wonderful. All right, man. Well, listen, it's underway. By the way, is the home opener sold out? It usually does
sold
sell
out.
right?
Yes, it's sold out. But tickets are available for for Saturday, Sunday, 4 o'clock game Saturday, 1 o'clock game Sunday, and then next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 are night games, and Wednesday's a 1 o'clock game. The Mets, and we need Philly fans in the stands because we got to drown out those Mets who spent a lot of money this year. And Casey, it's the absolute worst when you hear. I'll be in my office running, get something, and I'll hear a cheer. And I'm thinking that we did something great, and all of a sudden it's the Mets, because they're. So yes, we got to drown out the Mets.
They're a
fans that come down.
boisterous lot.
They are a boisterous lot.
Yeah.
It's a nice way of saying that, Steve.
Excellent. All right. Well, John, great to see you, man.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
as
for being
always.
here. John Brazier. John Brazier. And yeah, I'm excited. That's obviously a sign of things to come when baseball starts happening. That means the MM barbecue's not too far off. Like going to Keenan's.
It's like how humans live.
Yeah, exactly. So excellent. Happy to hear about that. All right, our next guest is ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, warm up the button. I've got it right here at the tip of my finger here, ready to go at any point in time. Listen, our next guest is going to be appearing at Fan Expo.
That's this weekend.
It is tomorrow and Sunday at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. And a lot of other cool names are going to be at this event as well. But let's get right to our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, you know her and love her. We certainly do. Kate Flannery. Hey. Hi, Kate.
How are you?
We're good. How you doing?
I'm great, thanks. I'm still in LA, but I'll be in Philly soon. I can't wait.
Now, are you in your conservatory or what room of the house is this?
I'm in my living room.
Okay, all right.
She's got sconces on the wall, and yes.
I'll have my Dundee.
Ah, your Dundee is right there. That's awesome. The Dundee Award, much coveted. Very nice.
Yeah.
So you're the van event that's this weekend is very cool. There's a whole bunch of stuff represented. And was this a last minute thing for you,
It was a last minute thing. Yeah. But you can ask me to a party late. I'll still come.
And you know what? So these events, there are a lot of different genres that are celebrated, but most of them are like horror, sci-fi, anime, gaming, and things like that.
I won't be wearing makeup. I'll be
None of that. Are you into any of that stuff at all?
Sure.
Oh, really?
It's fun. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I've done a fair amount of Comic-Cons over the last couple of years, and it's fun. I mean, it's fun to see William Shatner. I'm not going to lie to you.
And he'll
Carl
be there
Weathers
this
is gonna be
weekend.
there.
Yeah.
Shatner will be there. Carl Weathers will be there. Nice guy. What a great guy. I know he's Apollo Creed, you guys. I know, Rocky. I know, but he's a nice guy.
No,
No,
we had
is.
him in. One of
He
our
is
favorite
Apollo
guests.
Creed, man.
Yeah.
We had him in one time, and we were enamored by how good looking he is, and how young he looks for his age. But he was just the icest guy. I mean, he's a sweetheart.
Right?
Yeah.
So you have a whole bunch of David Tennant for Doctor Who fans. You have Ming-Hwa Nguyen from The Mandalorian. She's great. Michael Rooker, Kevin Smith, Jason Mewes, and a whole bunch of other people. And so, but the funny thing is, like with The Office sits in it can transcend any pop. It doesn't matter. You applicable to any convention or any con anywhere, because I think the same people who are drawn to the other stuff love The Office.
It's crazy. And you know what? I know you guys, we've talked about this. I need to send you guys some of these. I have the Meredith Casual Friday Funko Pop.
Oh, we have to have one.
A lot of people sign these. And you know what's so weird? It's like, what's great about being a pop is that I lose value if you take me out of my box.
That could hold true for so much. Yeah.
It's the first and only pixelated Funko.
I love it.
It's
I've had the proud distinction. I've been invited to Funko many times, and we like to celebrate my pixelation.
That's great. It's awesome.
Kate, I think last time we had you on, we may have touched a bit on your cameo videos that you do.
Yes.
How much time do you do those every day, or do you pick a day out of the week where you knock a bunch of?
I mean, not every day, but yeah, a lot. It's a very strange, wonderful phenomenon, and it's I get to be in people's phones, in their heads. It's insane.
You know what's crazy is it started, and it's like that. It's like, okay, so a guy who was on season 4 of Survivor is doing cameos, and now it's like. It's across the boards. Oh, yeah. It's top level people who realize, it means a lot to their fans to get this. It's kind of fairly easy money, relatively speaking, and so everyone ends up happy, and it's a win. So I got one for my wife, and I know a lot of the people get them, and they're just easy. Do you do them mostly? Do you do a cluster? Do you do creative stuff? What do you do when you're doing your cameos?
It's different. Every week is a little bit different, but I also learned how to play the theme to The Office during the pandemic. So, and I do have a piano, so sometimes I'll just be like, hey, I get sick of the sound of my own voice.
Do you have it right there? Is a piano in the room?
Yeah.
Can you do it for us?
I guess so. You guys, this is really, you want me to play?
Yes.
You can bill it. You can bill us for it.
Yeah,
by the way,
we'll pay the cameo fee.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Blair's. Do I have a light here? Hold on. Can you see?
All right, she's got to move the camera to another part of the room. Yeah, I can see the keyboard. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
It's early here.
Yeah, that was damn good.
So good.
Damn good.
I got the long, dance mix version too. But
Speaking of the dance mix, have you been keeping up with dancing since your incredible run on Dancing with the Stars?
A little bit. I mean, obviously, I'm just dancing in my living room. I'm not, I'm in the club thing, whatever. But I went to see my friends at Dancing with the Stars a few weeks ago and on tour, because last time I saw them, with the crew and everybody was when I was on tour with them.
Right.
And the show I went to, my partner, Pasha Pashkov, his wife, Daniela Karagush, who just won this season with Iman Shumpert, she won the whole the NBA guy. Amazing. She fell, the second to last song of the night, she fell and broke her ankle on stage.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
It was over. It was insane, but she's going to be fine. But I was like, holy crap.
Have you ever gone to one of
you guys?
Have you ever gone to one of those dance parties with them? Like they do these like ballroom dance parties. I mean, I'm a salsa dancer, so like we used to do the salsa dance parties and all that. But have you ever been to one of those?
I have, yeah. I mean, as their guest, I feel like, don't make me do that. I mean, they're amazing. They're amazing. But I'm like, you guys, I was 55 when I got Dancing with the Stars. I'm like, I'm so old. I don't even know how I did it. But I sat next to like JoJo Siwa. floor. I was like, what the hell? I mean, it's not, my life is nuts. You guys.
No, it's cool.
Buy a real car. It's like, it's fine. I'm good.
And now you're going to be palling around with Shatner this weekend. So that's cool. What days are you there? Both days, or what's the story?
I'm there Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, all three. Okay, there we go.
And I'm doing a panel on Saturday afternoon. I think at 4. Okay. All right. Knock knock.
Who's there?
William Shatner.
William Shatner. Who?
Somebody else's joke, but I'm still going to. William Shatner before he took her to the gangbang. You have to hit the button.
No, we can let that one go.
You're good.
Yeah, that one's good.
Is that like Schitt's Creek? Are we like Schitt's Creek?
No, wait, actually, I'm gonna have to dump that. They won't let us say that. Believe it or not, it's the name of a TV show.
I know, it drives us crazy.
I've heard it on network television or maybe almost network television, and we talked to our program director, and I dumped out so you don't know. Kate is talking about what we call Ship's Creek. Or S's Creek is what but they won't let us.
They said it during the Emmy Awards multiple times.
Hey, I'm a huge fan of the show, and we reached out to our program director. I swear to God, it went up the company chain of command to our lawyers, to the law, and they said no. Unfortunately, you can't say it. So we've been vetted and we've tried, but yeah, we just err on the side of caution with that one.
It's the man, you know.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry.
We try though. We keep trying to get away with murder and some other things, so it all balances out.
Yeah. Hey,
well, I'll be sure to say Schitt's Creek as much as possible.
Christ. Okay. All right. Now we have to pump the brakes a little bit. I can only do it so many times. It doesn't keep working.
Okay.
Hey, speaking of the panels and all that stuff, another good friend of ours who we have regularly on and is going to be there tomorrow, and we'll talk to him tomorrow, is Kevin Smith. Do you know Kevin?
You know what? I don't. I met Kevin a few times, but it's been a while. He does a lot of work with my buddy Ralph Garman.
Yes.
They were Hollywood Benevolence. Yeah. And Ralph is from Philly, and Ralph and I did the Real Life Brady Bunch together back in 1994.
Oh.
And Ralph used to go to LaSalle. He used to go to my dad's bar on, they used to have a college night on Thursdays. He's like the only guy I met in LA that had, like, the first guy I met in LA that had been to my dad's bar in Germantown.
By the way, Ralph Garman, he's super talented, very, very, very funny guy, but he has got one of the most insane Batman collections of all time. He was a fan of the... Right?
He did a killer Batman impersonation. He actually did it for Adam West. I think he actually performed it like at a memorial for him, and like when they literally had the bat signal in LA after Adam West died.
Right.
And Ralph was there to look him up. He's got a podcast called the Ralph Report.
Yeah, he's great. He's a great guy.
Good we were on a bus together, like literally in 1994, touring in this show. It was the old Allman Brothers bus, but it was like old when we got it.
Yeah.
Called the Almond Brothers.
Almond.
The Almond. I can't even say it. You guys.
The
Almond Brothers.
Hey, Kate, what's going on with your side group, the Lampshades? You guys still you got anything coming up?
The Lampshades are still on a break. Jane Lynch and I we're gonna. So I feel like Jane's doing Broadway. She's doing Funny Girl. She opens next month, but we're still going to do a Christmas tour again. That's sort of the plan. And actually, last night, you guys, I forgot to tell you, I went to see to the premiere of Craig Robinson's new show on Peacock called Killing It. And it's so funny if you guys get a chance to see it. But Creed was there and Craig Robinson, and we had a little mini office reunion.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Creed is actually a musician, right? He is.
Yeah. He is. He's amazing. He's doing I think he's playing Europe this summer, which is awesome.
That's pretty wild. Jane Lynch is hosting The Weakest Link. She's now the host of The Weakest Link Domestic. She does a lot of game show stuff, on the side. So, or as the main, however it's reconciled.
Right.
What other side? Yes. No, she's everywhere. She's amazing. I just saw her. I actually did an episode of Beat Bobby Flay a couple weeks ago in New York. So I had dinner with her when she was small.
Excellent. So, but Lampshades maybe a winter, a holiday run?
I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see.
All right.
I know. We're like in a weird hiatus. I know. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah. Here's the deal. We want to extort you and to bring in Jane Lynch and you guys to do some stuff here in the studio for us.
Please,
We've been waiting for this for years because we love you both dearly, and it'd be awesome.
Those tours the bummer about the tour is that we generally only have like the night before, and it's tough sometimes when we're traveling. So
Sure, I got you.
Got it.
not that I don't love you guys.
No, we know you love us, and we love you. And listen, we're just stoked you're going to be back in the area because Philly lights up when you get in town.
Yeah.
Kate.
Yes.
That's what happens.
Guys, well, I love you guys so much. And these fan expos, it's like if you've never been, it's really fun. There's something for everybody. I also love the fact that like there's so many artists there. There's like there's great stuff to just take in, and it's a wonderful weird world. If you've never been,
we love them. I've been to tons of them, and they are fantastic. If you have any sort of pop culture fandom in you, you gotta go because it will be a great. And then for you alone, it's worth the price of admission.
So sweet. And there's a lot of people from from Star Trek, from like the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. Like there's a
Right.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of people there. It's going to be crazy.
Tickets available at fanexpohq.com, and Kate's going to be there tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So have fun, Kate. We'll talk to you again
I'm
soon.
going to be doing my Catherine O'Hara impersonation.
Excellent. All right, God, love you. All right, thank you. Kate Flannery. She cracks me.
May I mention something quickly, Preston?
Yeah.
Our friend Craig Lagans and Rockstar Rob, who are the comic book gurus, they're there on Sunday. They have the Fan Expo Philadelphia at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, as we just said, at 1:45 p.m. on the Creator Stage. It's the return of the Comic Gurus podcast, Comic Book Gurus, and I think they're doing another thing. They're talking about the multiverse. It's their first podcast in 2 years, and they're doing it live. So make sure you go check them out.
Excellent.
And by the way, because earlier this week I'd said I actually enjoyed Morbius. It was getting bad reviews, and I don't know if I said this or not, but Craig Lagans, he liked it.
And you can trust Craig Lagans.
Yep.
His take, yes.
All right, so we got a couple minutes, right? Or do we need to take a break?
No, we got a couple
you
minutes.
tell me.
Yeah, a couple.
Well, I noticed a couple of things. Just saying.
It's a surprise notice, and I can hardly contain myself.
All right, we're going to start with this one, and it's an observation that I should have mentioned earlier in the program because it should be celebrated. Today is National Beer Day.
Whoa.
Yes.
In the United States. And this happens every year on April 7th. And this actually has, sometimes they arbitrarily just pick a date and say, hey, by the way, today is National Burrito Day, for whatever that means.
Yeah.
But National Beer Day actually has roots.
It's couched in history.
In this date. So it marks the day that the Cullen-Harrison Act.
Right, from Twilight.
Came into force after having been signed into law by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt on March 22nd, 1933. This led to the 18th Amendment being repealed on December 5th, 1933, with the ratification of the 21st Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Before I get to what happened in Pearl Harbor, I'd like to announce that today is National Beer Day.
By the way, the day prior to National Beer Day is known as New Beer's Eve. So that was yesterday.
New Beer's Eve.
That was last night.
I like their thinking.
So to give you a little bit of history on National Beer Day and the whole thing that took place, the Cullen-Harrison Act, upon signing the legislation, Roosevelt made his famous remark, "I think this would be a good time for a beer." The law went into effect April 7th of that year in states that had enacted their own law allowing such sales. And here's the deal,
if
though.
that beer could be brought to me by a buxom prostitute,
oh my God,
then a double win.
He was very open with his
Sure.
We'll work on that, Mr.
his
President.
lusty desires.
The beer, here's the part, though, that's interesting. The beer could contain up to 3.2% alcohol by weight. And I have a history with 3-2 beer, as we used to call it, because when I was a young lad living in Missouri, they still had what were called blue laws that were in effect.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I grew up with blue laws.
So, some stores were closed on
Yes.
Sundays. You could not buy beer on Sunday, but you could, in some places, you could buy 3-2 beer because the alcohol content is so low that you'd have to drink a lot if you wanted to get a buzz.
The blue laws were so arbitrary, Preston. You on Sunday you could not buy toilet paper, but you could buy magazines. So you could wipe your ass with magazines. It's very dumb.
So you could get 3-2 beer. You would still have to drink a lot of it, but nonetheless, it had alcohol in it. It was compared to the 0.5% limit that the Volstead Act had because 3.2 beer was considered too low to produce intoxication. So, so that's what they would do. But people across the country responded by gathering outside breweries, some beginning the night before. And on that first day, 1.5 million barrels of beer were consumed, inspiring the future holiday. The Cullen-Harrison Act, by the way, was not the official end of Prohibition in the U.S. That happened on December 5th, 1933, when the 21st Amendment was ratified. What the Cullen-Harrison Act did do was redefine an intoxicating beverage under the Volstead Act. As such, April 7th is a beer-specific holiday and should not be confused with Repeal Day, which is celebrated on December 5th.
Prohibition, of course, made crime incredibly lucrative. Al Capone, all of those guys, it only emboldened them. But it's pretty wild. And if you stop and think about all the things that are tangentially based around the consumption of beer, of just pubs and sporting events, or that that are a part of it, it's a massive industry.
Yep.
So, Press, the second you started mentioning beer, I was thinking of that because we talked about it a week or two ago, that scene in Django Unchained where Christoph Waltz is pouring the beer.
Yes.
And I was thinking, man, like, was that beer warm? Did they drink the beer warm back then? Because
probably the refrigeration was not.
So I decided to just look it up, and so for the longest time, only the rich were able to actually have like accessibly cold beverages.
Sure.
And it wasn't until 1873 where this gentleman devised a system of mechanically producing ice.
Lord Yeti.
Actually, it was Carl von Lind. So that is when cold lagers became accessible to the people. It was by the late 19th century. So people were drinking their, unless you were filthy rich, tons of money at the time, you drank warm.
Ice boxes were big chunks of ice in a box.
Yeah. But when did, here's, we're going to head down this rabbit hole for a moment. When was ice made, man-made ice, as opposed to actually going out in the wintertime and taking chunks of ice and stuff like that?
Ice.
When was that?
1873.
When was that available? But I mean, you had to have electricity to create ice, correct? To have a refrigerant.
What they would do is they would go up to the northern areas and they'd mail it down here, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
But I mean, how do you to create ice? Well, if it's not cold out,
there's always been.
If you want a cold beverage in the summertime, you would have to have electricity to create that.
This is such a rudimentary question, and I don't know the answer.
I don't know.
1959.
Yeah, okay.
Wow. Okay, so but in 1873, this Carl von Lind guy, he devised a system of mechanically producing ice. So I don't know how he was
mechanically producing ice.
So
how in the hell would you do that without electricity?
Freon?
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, that's a good question. Yeah, because
magic?
You're right. Refrigerant would work, I guess, but I don't know how that works.
And ice is just something that we
barium, Icium.
We take for granted, and I think of that scene.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
In Castaway, where he was cast away on this island for years and years, and then when he is finally stateside or whatever, he just wanted ice in a glass.
Cold beer.
Yeah. All right. So the ice machines at the end of the 1800s and beginning of the 1900s used gases like ammonia, methyl chloride, and sulfur dioxide as refrigerants.
Okay.
And so those, Casey, were used by that guy, Carl von Lind, that you brought up. And so that was like the rudimentary refrigeration technology until electricity became commonplace in people's homes.
Because I guess when you use things like CO2 and so on, and that's just a gas.
Right. It's a gas.
That it's, what a gas. It's cold.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's from the propellant or if that is just from we don't know the goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Hold on. Marissa is, I'm sorry, she's been raising her hand for a moment.
Well, I just found this cool article on Mental Floss that actually talks about a guy in 1826 who, on a horse-drawn carriage, would go around town to town with a massive block of ice and just like chip it off.
Yeah,
so Marissa, in early New York, my dad, who recorded a whole bunch of information about he was born 1928, growing up. He, it was quite common to see people with huge blocks of ice. They would deliver it. They had these, it was kind of like prongs with huge spikes in it, and they would hoist them up on their back, and they would walk up 6-7 flights in a tenement building and deliver ice to people's ice boxes.
Well, and so now that I'm thinking about it, this is probably just to like cool it off, but I wonder, Casey, when they actually started putting it in the drink.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because you couldn't put it in if you didn't have it.
Right,
so,
right. And that would seem awfully wasteful.
They used to put
kinda
dead
do that.
mice.
Oh, that's
yeah.
and they were good.
On
a lot
the
of people
rocks,
don't realize they get cold when they die. Here's a text that says, I believe ice was actually first produced in 1885 by a Dr. Emmett Brown.
He had a big machine in a barn.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I remember that story
Yeah, I
now.
remember that, yeah.
Okay.
We're looking at a picture of a historical picture of an ice delivery truck with the big blocks that they were.
We have an ice box. My parents do an ice box, and like what you used to call a refrigerator, and now it's like this antique piece of furniture. It's a beautiful piece of furniture, and so they use it. And Steve, the ice block itself would go on the bottom,
right,
and keep the rest of that piece of furniture cold. And so it was my grandparents or my great grandparents.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
a lot
really,
of people converted them into bidets.
Oh, didn't know that.
They are really pretty. There was a restaurant by us called the Letter Rock Tea Room that had one, and it was huge. It was like the size of a really big armoire. But it had panels that you can see inside of it, and you knew that was originally, they would just take a big chunk of ice and stick it in there, and stuff you wanted to keep cold, you had to do that.
And that seemed like, oh my God, what a convenience.
Yeah.
We have a large block of ice in our kitchen that's keeping things cold.
Mm-hmm. What did they do with all the melted ice afterwards? I guess you
drink it.
It's water.
I know it's water, but like, did they drink it? Is that?
No, I
is
don't
that-
think so.
don't know.
No, they were too busy eating out of the toilets.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, I noticed something else. This story came up the other day. Yellowstone National Park is offering an annual pass, which is valid for entry in 2172.
What?
They can go straight to hell.
You're buying it for someone.
Kathy, you are. You're essentially going to be willing this pass
weird.
to a family
I'm
member.
not wasting my money.
Yeah.
It's a $1,500 donation, and it's part of a fundraising effort in honor of the park's 150th birthday. So what this is it's a pass for 150 years from now.
What if that caldera blows up and you don't get to enjoy it at all?
You get your money back.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
They make sure that they refund you when the caldera explodes.
Why can't you just buy a pass for yourself? Why does it have
You
to be
do-
for?
Listen, it's a donation for the park.
So then say it like that.
Just ask for a donation.
Just ask for donation, you money grubbing pricks.
Stupid.
I think you end up getting.
There's probably tons of birds there too, isn't
You know,
there?
it's like, Kathy, it's like buying a star for someone at like the gift registry. I bought you a star.
Yeah.
You bought me nothing.
You bought nothing, but you wasted your money is what you did.
The donors will also receive a pass to enter Yellowstone. That's good for a period of 1 year for its.
All right, okay.
purchase.
Let me ask
There we
you.
go.
You're a big fan of the show. Have you ever been to Yellowstone?
No.
And do you have any desire to go to Yellowstone?
Yeah, I would have just. Yeah, I
It's
would like to go
gorgeous.
there. I mean, I feel like you that's
They have
something that you have
hotels
to
there.
visit.
And they have days where there's no birds.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, they have no
camping.
bird day.
Right.
I'm not camping. Of course, they have hotels.
Steve, let me ask you a
I
question.
wouldn't even consider a place if it didn't have a hotel. That's so dumb.
Would you rather Steve have as a gift a star,
right,
or a 1 by 1 by 1
Nick is fuming,
plot
by the way.
of land in like Ireland? Because that's another kind of gimmicky.
In Ireland, a 1 by 1 foot by 1
That's
foot by 1
another
foot.
gimmicky sort of gift that you can get for somebody.
It's both. It's sort of crap. Obviously, they both are horrible gifts. But I would say
Take this.
I'll go with the star because then I don't have to spend the airfare to go visit my.
And sometimes doesn't that little piece of land give you domain over it, like you are Lord whatever?
Lord Square Foot. Lord Square Foot.
So you can own a piece of Ireland for $50. What if we all got together and we bought a couple of pieces of this land on this website?
No,
and
Kathy,
then
so
would
here's
we actually own,
here's my question in that, and you raise a good point. So if you did it collectively, could you get a bigger chunk?
Yeah.
Obviously, you could. Does that what are you entitled to once you purchase? Are you entitled to drilling rights below that tract of land?
and you can zone it commercially if you want to and set up shop. Yeah,
right.
Sure.
No, I bet not.
Like the smallest pub in the in Ireland.
Or you just build a tower.
Like a
this
dwarf
tiny-
pub?
like a Lego tower.
All right.
Are you ever going to go to Yellowstone?
Will I ever go?
Well, she loves the show.
You should.
No, I that would be a
It's
place that I
amazing.
would want to go to. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll
There's
buy you a
there's
pass.
that Nick. There are features that do things there, so
I know,
she would
yeah.
appreciate
There's stuff
that.
to see.
That's stupid. It doesn't do anything.
When is this
Look
whole
at that
faithful-
mountain. It doesn't do anything.
When is it
That's
going to
stupid.
go?
My, if you will go there and you cannot help but go, oh my God, this looks like it's a movie, but it is real.
Although I overheard this at Old Faithful. I overheard this. Old Faithful does what it does, okay? It's amazing. It's a geological feature. And then there are a lot of people, they know what time it's going to happen.
Right.
That's what's amazing about it, is that they know precisely when it's going to happen. And then it goes, it has its feature, and then you hear, that was it.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Dude, shut
Well, people expect like the Bellagio fountain show when they go to Old Faithful.
it's not it's not noisy.
Yeah.
It shoots up 100 feet or whatever. But the fact that it's a natural geological feature that has a regular cycle like that is impressive.
Well, you have to recognize the geothermal
complexity
of what's going on under square miles that you're standing on.
Yeah. All right. So, but Kathy, that's it.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's stupid.
They should fix that.
50 years from now. Just
Way
stand
overrated.
for today.
Way overrated. Would not recommend.
It's stupid to buy something. What if you don't know your end? You don't know if people are going to follow you. What if they suck?
I could just have like a bunch of things that I rate, and it's like stupid or not stupid.
All right. Real quick. Hold on. Before I notice anything else, Bridget got a piece of land in Ireland. Hi, Bridget. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or are you Lord Bridget? Am I
Lady Bridget?
Lady Bridget.
Lady Bridget.
All right.
Yeah. Years ago, I saw it in like Irish magazine, and we're Irish. So I bought 2 little plots, one for my father, one for myself. And then we actually went to go and visit it. And it was really hard to find. It's just like this field.
Yeah.
And we had to like stop and ask a neighbor directions because nothing was marked like it was supposed to be or anything. And the neighbor was like,
it's a total
you know,
scam.
you don't really own that, right? And we were like, well, yeah, we just want to see it anyway. But
Did you find squatters on your plot when you got there?
So you can't even
One guy sitting in a chair on your square foot.
You can't even like plant a flag there or anything?
I mean, I don't know about legally. I'm not sure how legal the whole thing is, honestly. But it is like,
yeah, that's a question we're asking, Bridget. What are you entitled to? Could you put like a huge flag on a pole with your family crest sticking up from it?
That's a good question.
You right?
No, I don't know. I mean, it really was like if it was here in Pennsylvania and you went on back roads and then you just found this open field like surrounded by trees. I mean, they're not going to stop you. There's nobody there.
Right. So, and no one.
Listen, I have a brick at the Wells Fargo Center. I don't even know where that thing is. I can't imagine the entire, nation of Ireland.
Where's my square foot?
Yeah. Oh my God. All right. Well, thank you, Bridget. We appreciate it. By the way, this is from the website. It says, "Is it legal?" Yes, we spent over a year making sure that every legal detail was taken care of before we launched. Your order comes complete with an official certificate of ownership and a comprehensive legal deed of assurance, which sets out contractual details. Can you imagine the guy that's writing this and his buddy's standing next to him and he's talking to him? He's like, "You believe they're gonna believe this crap when we're writing this?" These documents were prepared by a highly respected law firm in Ireland.
O'Morgan and O'Morgan.
O'Morgan and O'Morgan. So you can be sure that they are comprehensive and fully legal.
That's right. It's fully legal.
Yeah. All right.
You gonna build on it?
Yes. Let's
keep my Matchbox car on it.
Let's notice something else. How about this one? New TikTok trend has people spraying hair dye on their faces to get fake freckles.
Oh my God!
Did you see the newest? It's one a little bit newer than that, Preston, where you put your head between the car door and the car itself and you slam it 50 times.
No, I didn't know.
It's great.
Beauty gurus are posting videos of themselves spraying instant root concealer on their faces to achieve the look.
So I just went to the hair salon, so I just got my hair dyed. My skin, some of the stylists, every time I go in, everybody like gathers around and tries to figure out what's going on. But my skin absorbs the dye so much so that they can't like normally they have these wipes and they'll wipe off your hairline so you don't leave looking like I had like a dye cap on because they can't get it off of my hairline. No. Angela is the only one who can semi get it off because she's so
so you have like a dye border around your hair.
I have a picture.
Do you look like a G.I. Joe?
While you talk, I will pull up a picture.
I was going to say something to you this morning. You were out in the hallway here, and I noticed that you had. Did you get a little highlight over on the left side of your head?
No.
Oh, okay.
But the way they color it, they don't color my whole head, so you will see some sort of what looks like a highlight.
She asked for the Tulsi Gabbard.
I thought I saw that. And I'm terrible at noticing people when they've gotten their hair cut.
I noticed. Yeah, who was the first to notice?
Said something to you, Kathy, and I didn't.
Yeah,
should have.
Steve said something to me the day that I got it. The day after I got it done.
How long ago did you get it?
I went on.
Was for what? You got it Tuesday. You got it yesterday from Mark Wahlberg.
All right, that's pretty good for me. Noticing a couple of days later.
No, that is good for you. Yeah.
Wait, was it from Marky Mark?
No, it was to cover my grays.
I think maybe it was because of Marky Mark.
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, while she's looking that up, people are spraying root concealer on their faces to achieve the look. Many of the videos have gone viral and show the individual first botching the hack before mastering it. Some also nail the trend and talk about how happy they are with the results.
That can't be good for you.
So are freckles a wanted thing now?
They're huge.
Like with the apps and stuff like that.
People add freckles?
Freckles are big.
Yeah.
Wow. They used to not be big.
I know.
They used to be.
Like I got my.
I had a freckly face when I was a little kid.
Did you?
Yeah, they've
really?
they went away. I could show you old pictures.
I think freckles are adorable.
But I had freckles. Oh, thank you. But I had freckles all over my face.
Why are they using this and not like a brown Sharpie or something?
Because they're morons.
Okay.
A brown Sharpie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It stays a little bit longer.
Should I do an ombre like on my scalp?
You should.
Yeah.
You really should.
Faded?
Yeah. You can do a highlight ombre.
I'll use lye and battery acid. Make it a new TikTok trend.
Marissa, do you have anything that we could do that with?
Can we go get some root concealer, Steve, and freckle your head?
Freckle his head.
Of course. You just tell me the day you want to do it.
I love that idea.
Head.
Yeah. You know what? Here, do me a favor. Just, in fact, do a representation of the constellation I was given as a birthday present.
You could do that.
Okay, so I found the picture, but let me just tell you, I just want to give you a heads up on it. So this was during COVID when all the hair salons were closed. And so I have friends that, so she did my hair at home and she forgot about the whole hairline thing. So when they dye my hair, they're very careful with my hairline.
Right.
So when we were at her house, she kind of forgot and wasn't so careful. So this isn't normally what I look like, but you get the idea. And this is after I showered, washed my head, and washed my hairline.
Take a look at that. Hand it over.
Oh my God.
All right, so.
Like a hairnet.
Yeah, it does. All of this dye has just soaked into Kathy's skin, and it looks like it looks like somebody used that fake hairspray that they were marketing for men for a while, like a felt
spray on hair,
only thinner. That's hilarious, Kathy. Wow.
Yeah. So if sometimes some will drip down, people's faces or by their ears or whatever. If that happens to me, like I've got a brown ear for a couple days.
So
what's the look they're attempting to get here with this
freckles?
Is it really just for freckles, huh?
Yeah. I guess they want freckly cheeks.
Do you know what I noticed is another thing? And Kathy, maybe you can comment on this as well. A lot of I'll see them models or just in general, pop culture wise or celebrities, doing this sort of like red nose, almost as if they had a cold.
Yeah, I know.
What is that about?
And they'll put like bronzer on. And so I'm not exactly sure what that's about. I know, for years, like when I was, taught to do makeup,
right.
For TV or photos or whatever. It's sort of like, I guess, prior to like contouring being a thing, it's like you put your blush on,
right.
You do a little bit kind of on the top of the forehead, like where your hairline would be, a little bit on your nose, and then like a little on your chin.
So what happens is it ends up as it looks like you have maybe just got a cold and your nose is sort of reddish.
I think
look at her.
She's
I really
sick.
I want to make out with her. She looks sick.
She probably has something serious.
So I think it's just people like going over the top with it.
Is that what it is?
Whereas
Okay.
like, because I'll do it every morning. I just put like a teeny bit on
all
my
right,
nose.
but you blend it in.
But this, and I think it's just people, you don't want to have like a flat face.
Steve, excuse me, ma'am. You look sick.
You look sick, ma'am. It's crazy with your nose. Sick.
It's just my blush.
What do you have?
Want to kiss?
You have COVID? H1N1? I love them all. If you tell me you have a bull, I'm going to have to go home and rub one out.
Oh my! I never heard him get like that.
I got very excited about thick things.
All right. That's all I have time to notice things. We'll do it again, maybe even tomorrow, because I got plenty, and we will spend more time together, but I'm wrapping up the noticer now. I would like to give away a $50 Visa gift card and qualify you for a grand prize, a family 4-pack of platinum bands from the Funplex in Mount Laurel that include unlimited indoor rides and some other stuff. So we'll take...
Sounds cool.
Caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. You'll also be registered for an hour bowling with shoe rental and more. Disney, by the way, invites you to make room for the biggest family comedy ever, Cheaper by the Dozen, which is now streaming only on Disney Plus, rated PG. So caller number 15, 215-263-WMMR. The prize is yours. We'll get to the B-File when we return.
Like this, not Moose level, but... And Adam West was there, the original Batman. So everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack, with about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery. And you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing, and so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby; it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's a professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my this is before I was famous. And I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy? And
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him: "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta," and you came over and you looked me in the eye just like you did 10 minutes ago and shook my hand and said, "Hi, it's very nice to meet you." And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen
and John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes. There's
Pierre
some
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but
right.
Nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a quick shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history. Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes,
he played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You, that it was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. Yes. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe, but what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. Yeah. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them.
Yeah.
But I'm most comfortable dancing, and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune,
Well,
I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that, has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like, for instance, You're the One That I Want in Grease.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
Yeah. A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with the career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy.
Do you? So some people are calling it a horror suspense. Do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. I love Carrie. When I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant director. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix, iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one, because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got 2 pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that, because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while, but has word gotten back to to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon.
Okay.
Soon. I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
That's
in that
the actor,
right?
And Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose zone,
the Moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character. So to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it has more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have a long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't, but if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Now, here's your concert cash keyword.
Word you're going to use is bank. All right, you need to enter that to us, bank, B-A-N-K, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do that, and you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or to also be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMRBQ. Winners get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone, all right? Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by AAA Distributors. So the word again is bank, B-A-N-K. Make sure you do that right now. We're going to do the bizarre file, but before then, real quick, they say that if a sign of having a stroke is you can smell toast.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you having a stroke?
Smell toast?
I'm not having, no, but every now and then I get a whiff of a fart.
It's probably me.
And I don't know, have you been cutting them?
No.
See, I'm getting these mystery smells.
I think that means if you smell phantom farts, that your intellect is increasing.
It must be.
Yeah, it's
I'm
the
getting
absolute
smart.
opposite.
You guys are witnessing it.
Last time that rancid smell was here, if it is what you're smelling, was a dead mouse. So be careful.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be on the lookout for a dead
Yeah.
mouse. But every now and then I get a little whiff, and I'm like, did Casey fart? And I'm like, no.
It's conceivable.
And then it's gone.
We did have a member. We had a run on field mice getting into the building.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
that today or just in general?
Today.
Okay.
Yeah, today. And
Probably not.
Have you noticed slurred speech, or have you gone blind?
No, I don't. I have all the feeling in my face.
All right.
I'm good to go there. But I thought I smelled something yesterday. Okay. Can I ask you
Do you
guys
keep a
this?
smell journal?
No.
All right.
Did Mark Wahlberg smell funny to you?
No.
Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Then maybe it was me.
Watch
Maybe it
your
was my own
mouth.
odor. I'm not talking bad about him. The dude works
Jesus.
out like every 10 minutes.
Wasn't Casey supposed to sniff him?
Yes, butt sniff him the way a dog would.
Oh, yeah. But when we were getting together for a picture, I smelled a little body odor. And I was wondering, it must have been one of us. It must have been one of us.
Who are you closest to? On
Look at that picture.
I'd have to see the group photo.
Right.
Casey.
Casey.
Me
Yeah.
and Mark.
Was it you?
No, listen, I'm probably yesterday.
It was not Mark.
Yesterday I smelled fine. Today I'm probably not smelling my best, but whatevs.
Okay. Well, maybe it was me. Maybe I was.
No, I think it might be a dead mouse.
Okay.
Just that's it. Like Mark, as talisman, keeps a dead mouse in his pocket.
Wait,
talisman? Yeah.
I did look up mouse droppings in the office. On Google, because in the office I found this little black stuff near my desk, and I was like, "Oh my God, what is that?" But I don't think it was mouse droppings.
Do you know? So in the office, I have, and you asked about it. I have these little sonic things. I don't know if they work or not, but
They're
they're
supposed to scare away the mice.
Scare the mice. Maybe they're working, or maybe they
haven't
actually
seen
invite
one.
them in to crap on your desk.
All right, I was just curious about that. Thank you. And keep an eye on me, because something might be wrong. Let's do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mulchworks of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. Visit mulchthis.com.
Preston.
Oh, I'm okay. No, it's.
No, we need that.
Preston! Where is that? All right. I led the last bizarre file with a slightly complicated, serious story, and this one is
amazing. Though
this is the same type of thing.
Right.
So, a high school student arrested in a targeted robbery and killing at a Southwest Las Vegas home left his school homework in the car that police say was used to carry out the crime, and that's how they identified the person. This kid left his homework in this car. So, high school student Kamari Oliver, 18 years old, has been charged with murder, robbery, burglary, and kidnapping in the slaying of Natalie Mandoli. And Mandoli, police said, was shot in a bedroom of a home during a home invasion and armed robbery. She lived there with a woman and her boyfriend. Police said Oliver's arrest report, in the arrest report, that the boyfriend is known for selling high-end jewelry on Instagram. And police said the robbery unfolded when 3 men and a woman broke into the home and demanded money from the occupants. A surviving female victim was forced into a closet at gunpoint and repeatedly asked, "What's in the safe?" A gun battle then broke out between Mandoli and her assailants. I guess she had a gun, leaving Mandoli dead in the bedroom.
Jesus.
Police said they found 26 different cartridge cases at the scene. Mandoli's boyfriend reported to police that $5,000 in cash was stolen. He told police that he had gone to the store at the time of the robbery and then returned home and found the assailants leaving the crime scene in a white Mercedes-Benz. They drove off in the Mercedes, and the boyfriend followed them and smashed his car into the back of the assailant's car, causing it to crash into a wall near a house. The driver of the Mercedes got out and started firing shots at the boyfriend. Oliver's arrest report indicates police searched the Mercedes. They found $5,000 cash inside, as well as a red backpack. And inside the backpack was a school Chromebook along with a notebook of schoolwork, specifically math work. Police said in the top right-hand corner of the schoolwork, the name Kamari Oliver and fifth period were written.
There you go.
That's how they found him.
There you go.
Homicide investigators.
Thank God they're dumb.
Checked with the school district police and learned Oliver was a student and he had an unexcused absence for the last 2 periods of school on the day of the killing. Oliver showed up at school where he was taken into custody. Police said Oliver had a burn and laceration above his right eye. He also had a small abrasion on the center of his forehead and nose. He was asked about his injuries. He stated that he was in a fight at a party over the weekend. When confronted about the murder, he stated that he wanted a lawyer, and all questioning stopped. So they got this kid, man. Busted him with his homework. A grandmother in Pennsylvania is accused of threatening a Hollidaysburg police officer with what she calls white witchery if he didn't stop her grandson's felony drug charge.
White witchery?
Yeah. Celestia Barker, who is 74 years old, is accused of calling the police on March 27th to ask an officer to drop the felony charges against her grandson, saying he only had a small amount of marijuana in a pipe. She allegedly told the officer that she practices witch activities. Witch activities. And he'd be in jeopardy if he failed to drop the charges. Well, Barker then gave the officer examples of things that could happen to him, such as falling down the stairs and feeling like someone pushed him. She also said that she wasn't threatening anyone, just making statements.
Things I can do if you don't follow my request.
The officer hung up on Barker. But she then called back numerous times, and when state police questioned her, she admitted that she did it and explained to the trooper that she practices white witchery and that they best be looking over their shoulders. Barker is now facing a felony charge of threatening unlawful harm to a public servant to the judicial process.
Even if it's white witchery, it's still threatening, right?
That is correct, yeah. I love it when you hear about pursuits like this. The owner of a forklift was found Sunday night after a man was arrested and charged with stealing the machine and taking it on a joyride this weekend. Deputies said they received a call of a man driving a tractor and attempted to enter the main lanes of a highway. Once deputies caught up to the man, they realized it was actually a forklift. The man refused to stop and reached speeds of about 12 miles an hour. After a 20-minute slow-speed chase, deputies said the man came to a stop. He was taken into custody without incident. After an investigation, it was determined the tractor had been stolen, and since then, the owner has been found.
Do you remember the forklift we had at the Camp Out for Hunger in the early days of the Adams Mark, Preston? It had a telescoping arm.
Yes.
And it had these big tires. It moved pretty quickly. It was fast.
Yep. All right, and then finally, we will end with this story. Chaos unfolded outside a coffee shop in Texas on Friday. And 3 men had gotten into a fight. One of them had an axe as a weapon. Police said they responded to the fight around 8 p.m. A caller reported that several people, including one with an axe, was involved in the fight and were injured. 2 were injured. 2 people were transported to the hospital, while a third was treated at the scene. Several witnesses said the fight happened outside of the I Love You a Latte coffee shop.
Axe fight at the cafe.
I like that
and
name.
Sean, I like that too. Sean Insalico, a pizza delivery driver who works next door to the coffee shop, said he witnessed the axe attack. Insalico said that the fight began outside of the shop. He said that he watched the owner of the coffee shop get attacked by 2 men and that 2 women stood nearby. He said something wasn't right, and then all of a sudden they both grabbed him and dragged him in. He said he called 911 after he watched the owner of the coffee shop get dragged into his own business. He said the owner was definitely getting attacked by multiple people. Both those gentlemen were beating on him, and he got hurt bad. Inscalo said he stayed on the phone with dispatch until police got there. He said, all of a sudden, I see a hatchet, and the guy has it and starts walking towards the front door, and I'm standing at the front door, so I blocked the door, and I said, you're not coming out here until the police get here. And from there, the axe attack unfolded. He said he pushed on the door a little bit, so he goes back in, starts hitting on the guy, takes his axe and hits the owner with it. Like he's cutting him
kill
up.
the dude, yeah.
Then
Over coffee?
The owner grabbed the head of the axe with his hand, and he held it for dear life. Nick Chiku, who is the owner of the shop next door, said that the guy and the current coffee shop owner had an ongoing money-related dispute. With the shop's previous owner.
So not even the right guy.
Chiku, well, I think maybe he was sent by the previous. I don't know. Anyhow, Chiku said
whatever it is, you don't attack somebody with an axe, especially in front of coffee.
He said the current owner and previous owner so it was the previous owner, all right? So they got in, they rolled away on stretchers after the fight. So this old owner showed up with an axe and tried to take.
He had an axe to grind, literally.
Messed up. All right, and there you go. That is your bizarre file, and you still have a little bit of time left. You got about 4 minutes. to enter the word bank for the MMR concert cash. All right, so the word is bank, BANK. You can text it to 45911, or you can do it through the MMR app or WMMR.com. But make sure you do it, because we got $500 in MMRBQ tickets up for grabs, courtesy of AAA Distributors. So bank, get on it. We'll be right back.
The descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing, because he just trusted me. He said, John, well, I don't why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow. I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go. He just let you go.
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct it.
It's got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is,
yeah.
And it's the smartest.
Yeah, yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go, because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher-end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow, and for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy.
Yeah.
And it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because he had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, 3 different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly my little. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was
a
that?
media flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that.
But it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So but to me it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour as a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. You know, it's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more. You know.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I have.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of, you know, having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation that went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things. You know?
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is getting is being donated.
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on. Well, his husband had never seen.
He had never seen.
And
Grease.
you actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was watching his reaction, you know, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and they the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or, watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny, though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around, thank God,
yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Because these are great movies that sit there, and when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
because
the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though it were they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact, because Grease and Saturday Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, to have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh, it's
at that point, you're Donald Zuko at that point.
I think you should do it. The Fox News Group did today. They did a reenactment of Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
100%.
We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-Birds here.
Sure. Frenchie.
I'm the lesser-known guy, Baldy. So
it doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still, to this day, if somebody says, rock in and roll in.
And whatnot.
Of course.
It just finishes all the time.
Every single time.
Without
That's
fail.
hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us
you're
over the
welcome.
years. It's a real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's, you have beautiful eyes.
Really, yeah.
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice, too. What a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook. And you said, life is art. Life is art. So appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote-unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing. Yeah. But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh, my God. Two great stories.
Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah, and he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
Wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school, passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
do today? Oh, man. Nick, did I get the lesson questions?
Yeah,
I'm
put them
sorry.
right there. I think you put them on that keyboard.
Oh.
Booyah.
Over there.
Well, I didn't see it.
Over there. Over there.
Let's see. Today's lesson question prize is a pair of tickets to see Brent Morin Saturday, April 16th at Punchline. And the question that we will go with, let's see. Who invented ice machines? Not really, though. Not really the guy who Casey had mentioned earlier. It was a Lord. Lord who? Lord 215-263-WMMR.
Lord.
Let's see if you know the answer. Who invented the ice machine? Not really. And we'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Natural Lawn America, safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. And you can schedule their full service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. What's going on, Steve?
Well, a Nicole Brown Simpson lookalike surprised O.J. Simpson in his hotel room at 1 a.m. for a prank video. In the video, a very disoriented Simpson yells out, "I thought I killed you."
Oh, God.
Hey!
Donatella Versace recently met with Britney Spears to discuss designing her wedding dress. Versace says Britney had some great ideas, but admits she probably will not go with a pocket for Britney's hamster. And finally, 21 Savage's battle over his immigration status has reached a stalemate, putting his planned appearance at Coachella in question. An official for ICE says all of this would not be an issue if the rapper was one Savage less. The way it works. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will attempt to get a winner. Who invented the ice machine? Not really. That's the question. And our caller is Jack. So let's go to him. Hey, Jack, good morning.
How you doing?
Good, man. All right, Jack, who invented the ice machine?
Lord Yeti.
Lord Yeti. You got it, buddy. Hang on. Jack gets himself a pair of tickets to see Brent Morin Saturday, April 16th. They'll be performing at Punchline Philly, and tickets are on sale now. For 5 shows with Brent Morin, Thursday, April 14th through Saturday, April 16th. PunchlinePhilly.com for tickets and information.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Horizon. You can book a spring AC tune-up for $79 and fall heater tune-up for $59. Book fast at horizonservices.com/EasyBook. Wolfgang Van Halen has been forced to scrap the remaining shows on the Mammoth WVH tour with Dirty Honey after members of the band's team tested positive for COVID.
Did a number test positive?
Let's find out.
Yeah.
The next scrapped dates on the itinerary are April 8th in Nashville, Tennessee, April 9th in Alabama, the 12th is in Orlando, Florida. The GuitarWorld.com publication had posted, despite Mammoth WVH's cancellation of their shows, Dirty Honey will still perform as scheduled on these dates for fans who bought tickets, chiefly to see Mammoth. Refunds are available at point of purchase. So this was the announcement that was put out. After an incredible weekend in Las Vegas with my family for the Grammys, I flew back yesterday to meet up with my band and crew in North Carolina to continue the Young Guns tour. This morning, as everyone took COVID tests to reestablish the bubble that has served us on the tour, we came to find out that members of our band and crew who didn't travel with me were positive. So it doesn't say how many, but if it's band and crew,
yeah, that's a lot.
It's definitely 2 or more.
Yeah.
He said, I have tested negative via rapid and PCR tests for the last 5 days in preparation for the Grammys and still continue to do so. With only 6 shows left in the tour, it breaks my heart that we unfortunately won't be able to continue. Mammoth WVH will do our best to make up the dates that we missed to the fans in those markets in the future. 9 Inch Nails have been named to replace Foo Fighters as the Friday headliner at the Boston Calling Festival.
That's kind of cool.
Which is May 27th to the 29th. Yes. Foo Fighters canceled, obviously, after Taylor died. 9 Inch Nails will close the show on Friday, May 27th. Other headliners at the festival include The Strokes, Metallica, Avril Lavigne, Haim, Run the Jewels, Weezer, Glass Animals, Modest Mouse, and a few others are among those on the bill.
So I've been on a quasi Johnny Cash kick lately, believe it or not, and his version of the 9 Inch Nails song Hurt is so effing good.
Yep.
just threw out my Johnny Cash T-shirt. I got to get a new one.
You could have given it to me.
Why'd you throw it out?
I kind of like ripped it up and cut it up as like to kind of make it a little nicer, a little more edgy feel to it.
It didn't work?
No, it did. I wore it a couple times. It was just time to get rid of it. It's just time for a new one, Preston.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
you.
She needs one for the gang initiation.
She's a big Johnny Cash fan. She's gotta
I love
have it.
Johnny Cash.
Do you really?
There you
Yeah.
go.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can talk,
Elvis,
sister
Johnny
friend.
Cash, like that's one musically that's when I should have lived.
I didn't know that about
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a favorite Johnny Cash song?
I mean, Walk the Line. I know that
Great.
that's like
It's a giant hit,
It's a
but
giant
so
hit,
what? It's a
but
great song.
every time I hear it, like I just love it.
You know, it's on my recently, The Man Comes Around, which is it's used in the beginning of Dawn of the Dead. It's also used in the trailer for Father Stew and Ring of Fire.
Yeah, Ring of Fire. I love that too. Yeah.
I've been everywhere. That's my tune.
Oh, it's a great song.
That's my jam.
Yeah.
Killswitch Engage will release a live album called Live at the Palladium on June 3rd, and the album features the band's performance during their 2021 live stream event, which was broadcast from the Palladium in Worcester in the band's home state of Massachusetts. In advance of the release, Killswitch Engage have shared a clip from their single Know Your Enemy. This is the first time that the concert's audio has been officially released, and it's being offered digitally to LP vinyl and 2 CD Blu-ray. The Eagles are down one set of wings. Deacon Fry, who for nearly 5 years now, it's hard to believe that, has been singing a handful of his late father, Glenn Fry's songs on tour, has left the group. A band spokesperson says he will not be replaced on the upcoming dates on the Eagles' ongoing Hotel California tour. Deacon's bandmates will take over his tour duties in his absence. In a statement attributed to the entire group on its website, the band said Deacon Fry has devoted the past 4.5 years to carrying on his father's legacy, and after some weeks of reflection, he now feels that it is time for him to forge his own path. We understand completely, and we support him in whatever he wishes to pursue in the years ahead. They also said he is always welcome to join us on stage at any future concerts if he so desires.
Well, that sounds like it's very, he wants to find himself a little bit now.
Deacon had already been absent from the group's shows earlier this year, which should offer a model for how the future concerts will proceed. Of the 4 songs that he had been singing lead vocals on since 2017, which were Take It Easy, Already Gone, Tequila Sunrise, and Peaceful Easy Feeling. The first 3 of those were reassigned to Vince Gill, and the 4th to Timothy B. Schmidt. So they will just split it up amongst the band members.
The 2, quote unquote, new members of the band, and Vince Gill and this guy Stuart Smith, who's been in the band for a really long time, but now is front and center. They were so impressive when I saw them a couple of weeks ago. Like, I was blown away at what a great band they were.
You felt they were able to carry the torch, no
Vince
problem.
Gill is just something else. I never knew that guy. I'm not a big country fan, but man, was he great! And the way that he was able to sing the songs that used to be Glenn Fry songs, and this other guy Stuart Smith, who does a lot of guitar work. He did the double, what would you call it? Like the double electric guitar that they used on Hotel California.
Double neck. Yeah,
double neck. Yeah, he played that part. It was really impressive.
Wow.
Nice. Aerosmith guitarist Brad Whitford does not foresee the band returning to the studio anytime soon. Aerosmith resumes the Las Vegas Deuces Are Wild residence at the Dolby Live at Park MGM beginning June 17th with a total of 24 dates played before the end of 2022. During a chat recently with Classic Rock Magazine, he was asked if there were any plans to record the follow-up from 2012's Music from Another Dimension. He said, unfortunately, no. I've made some efforts to get the band back into the studio, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't work out. In Las Vegas, there was a studio right across the street. But the creative process can't be forced. The light switch has to come on. I'd like to think that it could still happen, but right now, it just hasn't. He was pressed about Joey Kramer's involvement in the band after the drummer announced that he was taking a hiatus from the band during their 2022 dates. And after a long silence, he said, I'm not sure how to answer that. I don't know how it will play out.
Santa's got to go.
Santa's got to go. He said it's been...
Santa's got to go.
He said it's been almost 2 years since we played last in Vegas, and we had a very difficult time then. All of us are getting older, and health issues make things difficult. I thought this was pretty cool. A 1980 Paul McCartney demo for Ringo Starr is set for auction later this month. According to The Independent, the cassette features McCartney on a vocal and piano run-through of the song Attention, which the 2 former Beatles recorded together that July in France for Ringo's 1981 Stop and Smell the Roses album. The Maxell C60 audio cassette.
Maxell.
And C60. That meant it was an hour long.
Yeah.
lists attention the 2 possible cover tunes pitched to Ringo for McCartney to produce: Chuck Berry's version of Route 66 and Carl Perkins' Short Fall, with McCartney and Ringo, which they went on to record.
You remember like when a stocking stuffer would be a pack of like Maxell's
Sure.
or TDK cassettes?
Yeah. The tape comes from the collection of Wings touring saxophonist in Liverpool and Hamburg intimate Howie Casey, who performed on the tracks. And the cassette is expected to feature fetch over $13,000. Yeah, when it goes under the hammer, April 20.
Why are they going to break it?
They're not breaking it. They're selling it. That's a term for auction. And then finally, and I think the coolest piece of music news today is that today, one Mr. Pierre Robert is playing back an interview that I'm very interested in hearing. Bruce Springsteen guest DJing at WMMR. It took place on April 7th, 1974. And Bruce was live on the air at the WMMR studios at 19th and Walnut on Rittenhouse Square, playing songs of his choosing and filling in the MMR audience on his next moves. He was in between the release of his second and third albums, doing a college tour with a set list that included songs from his debut, Greetings from Asbury Park.
Great album.
As well as the follow-up, The Wild, the Innocent, and the East Street Shuffle.
Another one.
And it would be a year before the world exploded, and Born to Run propelled Bruce and the band to unimagined stardom. David Dye was the host at the time, and he was like doing a weekend shift, and so Pierre's going to play back. And this was recently, I don't know if it was recently unearthed or if they
it was
just decided it's time to play this back, but I've never heard any of this.
No, and I think it's amazing. The sad truth is that there hasn't been a lot of participation with Bruce and WMMR, though there should be.
I would agree.
Whatever was the issue, it's don't know if it's like a Jack White, never playing Philadelphia type thing or whatever it was, but it's sad because he's certainly been supported here for decades.
Right. Is it?
I don't know. I actually, dude.
Casey was nodding. What?
I completely spaced out. I only nodded because I was like, oh, he's looking at me for something. I'm like, yeah.
Steve was wondering if it was a Jack White type of thing where something pissed him off about MMR, and I saw you nodding. I'm like, oh, he knows something.
No, Gobster.
Oh my
Casey, that's
Godster.
great.
I was in left field. So
where were you? I'm curious.
I was in the complete left field.
He went home.
No, but
Yeah,
like
I went-
And pitching for the Phillies, Casey Foster.
Santa had to go. That's what it was. All
Wait,
right.
no, that happened to me the other week, and Bill Weston was involved. Did he ask me? Or no, you guys said something, and I was looking on the chair at my feet. There was something on there.
Oh,
and I
he was
looking at
talking
it,
directly to you.
and then I asked or made the exact same comment. You guys all looked at me like I was nuts, but I was like, whatever it was on the chair right here near my feet, and I was looking at it.
Shiny.
Yeah, I think I said something. I was like, well, that was a dramatic pause or something along those
So,
lines.
I don't know. Yeah.
So I got called in for jury duty, and they ended up calling me off, and they
This is great.
on the questionnaire it says, is there any reason why you think you shouldn't be eligible to be a juror? And I go, I don't have the attention span for what you need. I will not pay attention. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah.
Like you will.
You're being honest.
I'm being honest. Like you do not want me there. I will completely listen. I was at my daughter. We had an interview. It was a scholarship for her
By
high
the way,
school.
music news is over. Go ahead.
And we're sitting there, and I literally was thinking about Muppets Take Manhattan. Like, I'm just sitting, and the lady's talking and doing her thing, and I'm like, extra, somebody's getting. And, like, that's what was going on in my mind. And this, like, probably the most important meeting of my daughter's life at that point. I was like, why did my wife send me here? Like, what?
Why am I the one?
Dude, you're not alone. Okay. I let my mind wander. The moment that my real interest, my genuine interest wears out, I will go somewhere else.
Yeah.
It may be about something I'm doing later on, and I'm thinking about that, or it may be something as stupid as the Muppets Take Manhattan. I don't know, but you're not alone.
You know how my mind works? It goes off in 40 million different directions, and for just stupid stuff. I'm right there with you, and it's annoying.
So I don't need my phone to distract me. I've got my brain.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
My brain.
Not now. I'm thinking.
I'm not thinking.
All right. That's it in music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll find out from Pierre a little bit about that Bruce Springsteen guest DJ interview he's playing back today and other things, as well as the letter of the day. So we'll get to that coming up. Stay fun.
You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're...
7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl
about.
who
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. As you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Because in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salman bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, it's a cup of good roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
This is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernadupal made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernadupal.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's here in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Kourtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called Splooge. All right. So anyhow,
well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, well, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up, and it sparks back up again. Then they kind of Fan Expo HQ. For details, HQ.com. And like William Shatner's going to be there, and Carl Weathers, and a whole bunch of people.
Tennant from Doctor Who?
Yeah. And
was she cursing? Is that why you had
yes.
to dump out?
Yeah, she always does.
Oh.
Yeah, every time. We actually, do you not know this? We have on our dump button here, has a label on it. It says the Flannery switch.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been there for years.
Yes.
Yeah. Several years we've
Do
had
you
that.
tell her in advance as you're going on, Kate, dear, perhaps you could tone it back just a touch?
Wouldn't make a difference.
Nope.
She would do it 5 times more if we said something like that.
Wow.
So, yeah, and it's always playful and fun, so it's cool. How you doing, man?
Fine, thank you.
Excellent. Let's do the letter of the day. if you don't mind. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
C as in concert cash.
Yeah, and we will have that coming up, by the way. And we'll also have, for the Word of the Week prize, a pair of tickets, an autographed guitar, and a room for the night as MMR Rock Steel Panther, the Res Erections Tour. Saturday, April 30th at the Soundwaves at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Atlantic City. They still make it funny, man.
my
They
God.
still do it. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Click concerts at WMMR.com for complete details. So,
gotta love
yeah. What's coming up, man?
Love it. We will have concert cash. 2 opportunities, one at noon, one at 2. Jackson again at 4 and 6. And I think Marcus is filling in for Jackie this week, who is off this week, and that'll be at 8 p.m. tonight. Then we've got Workforce Blocks of The Who and Motley Crue. It's The Who and The Crew. But the big news of the day, as you mentioned it, thank you, at the end of Music News, is this Bruce interview. It's not an interview per se. Well, it is and it isn't. It's fascinating. I've listened to a few of the pieces, and he came by today in 1974. David Dye, legendary Philadelphia radio DJ, was here, was at WIOQ when it was a rock station. For years at XPN, host of the World Cafe, a really wonderful guy. He's talked to everybody under the sun, and he was, I think, a part-timer on the weekends here. And he, as you mentioned, does the guest DJ thing, and Bruce gets records that he likes and plays them. We will play a couple of the records that he chose and a couple of his songs and a couple of the pieces of this thing. And I think Kevin unearthed this tape. It was a reel-to-reel tape.
Okay.
And I don't know where it came from. You know, when this place started, no one thought it would last. So no one thought to save or, God forbid, archive anything.
Yeah.
I mean, we have an amazing amount of stuff. What we still don't have, like when we had our 50th anniversary, Bill uncovered America, the band America, singing A Horse with No Name on MMR at Sigma Sound Studios.
It's amazing.
I never even knew we had done a session with them. It was, before my time. So some of the stuff that we don't have, if you have any of it, any listener out there, please get in touch with us. Because I still would like to, fill in those puzzle pieces. But in terms of this, Kevin unearthed a box that had a reel-to-reel tape in it, and it had this guest DJ thing. So it's pretty cool.
Wow. I'm looking forward to that. I want to hear what Bruce sounded like.
Well, he's not a big talker.
I know.
I mean,
he's a quiet guy.
And he is, I think at one point, David Dye actually has to say, can you get a little closer to the mic? Because he's saying, well, something. I mean, and it's
the antithesis of him on stage because, that's it. You heard that, right? Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Did you hear that?
Well, I mean, some people, have you met radio DJs who are very outgoing on the air and could not be more shy in person?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
We've had ones over the years that was, I'm going to be at this club, and they would never go on stage. They'd be terrified even to go on stage. So it might be something like that. I mean, the inner Bruce, I think, is a very difficult connection to make to get inside that machinery. But he's a fascinating guy, and he opens up a little more as it goes. And it's
a piece of history.
Yeah, it's a piece of 1974 history, and the fact that it happened today in 74, and we're approaching at the end of this month I think our 54th birthday. So it makes sense.
Yeah,
Steve, can you do that scream one more time?
Did you hear that?
Johnny Bruce is right. Look at him so like on the air, but this is perfect.
Yeah, I can see him being that way.
It is a bit like that.
Wait a second, I have to call my mother. Mom! I'll be home in a little bit!
Oh my God! Well, I mean these these dual personas, the stage person and the individual person. I've met him a few times, and he's very quiet. I met him at one of his wife's shows in New York City. Patty was doing a show, and I stuck around to talk to her afterwards because she had been on this program, my program, and he was just standing there, and he'd written an editorial in the New York Times, and I went up and said, "Hey, I really like that editorial. Thanks." I mean, and I'm going, and then foolishly afterwards go, "Why didn't you ask him to come on MMR?"
Yeah.
But you don't
what's
think
the story
of it
with
at the
that?
time. I don't
What
know.
is the story?
I don't know.
It's a very frustrating thing when you have people like you have the great Bon Jovi relationship that you have, and
40 years I've been here, not even a phone call. Not even a phoner with any DJ, not just with me. I don't know why, but I mean, some artists are of the belief that, well, you guys are a local station. However, this station played him and was instrumental in his beginning more than the New York stations did. And that's something Bon Jovi, John, has never forgotten. I don't quite understand the misconnection. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the station did something to annoy him somewhere down the line.
Would it be weird to, if you ever have John on sometime, to ask him about that? Because they're
buds.
They're friends, and maybe you could say, listen, it may be out of the line, but we've tried for years and years and years. Is there any way you could just, maybe if you guys are hanging out, mention MMR and how you love it, maybe throw some love this way, maybe he'll consider it?
Well,
I don't know.
was thinking the next, if I ever got another even quick meet and greet, I would just say, why don't you come on MMR? Because there was a story of a fan who was right before Born in the USA. He was doing some shows at the Spectrum, and he was driving this old Impala or something, driving to shows, and some fan found his car and waited near it and said, "Would you give me a ride home?" And he did.
Oh, wow.
And so, I mean, the directness of the fan's question made me think, well,
just to ask him.
I'm just going to ask him.
That's how you got Eddie
That's how I
Vedder?
got Eddie.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a 15-minute meet and greet with Eddie, and finally at the end I said, "Not now, when?" And I just said, "Would you ever see yourself doing an interview? We've tried all these different ways." He goes, "How about tomorrow night?"
There you go.
And I go,
beautiful. Beautiful.
I've got a dentist appointment. Could we make it? But yeah, so you never know.
All right, what time
this
is it?
is a piece of history, 1 o'clock.
1
1
o'clock.
o'clock.
Excellent.
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy, Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. And also Monster Jam, April 16th at the link, info at monsterjam.com. Tomorrow on our program, there will be no sad. Because it is a No Sad Bro Friday.
Oh, God, yeah.
In fact, Friday starts right now.
It's free Friday.
Free Friday.
Our good friend Kevin Smith will be joining us. Because he is in Philadelphia this weekend, so we'll chat with him. And that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.